Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Whoop. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday edition of the stream. We're back. We've got a brand new green screen behind me today, which I'm just trying out. I don't really know whether I want to keep streaming with it, but we're just going to see how it feels. I used to stream with a green screen for many years, and I recently rearranged my room. That's what's happened. So I don't have that lovely long shot with the depth of field blur anymore. Although we could bring it back, I'm not really sure what I want to do. Oh, that's a bit weird. Hang on, let me fix that too. Just you can go away. There we go. Cool. You can't see it, so it's working. Okay. Over the weekend, I saw Fantastic Four at a premiere event. It was okay. I don't know. It is what it is. And I've just been doing a little bit of work on Insignia. I want to spend today on Insignia. Big welcome, everybody who's here in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. We're back on YouTube, that's right. I want to say a big thanks to Nemo Runs for being here early, Robot Jomo. We've got on YouTube, we've got Kakoa Kayang. Welcome, thank you so much. Booyah Grandma's here. Big thanks also to Azo Whatever on who followed recently, and Eurisimo, who was the most recent subscriber. Thank you so much. Okay. So, we are, I guess, ready to go. I don't have much else to talk about. I don't love how revealing this is. The camera being this close to my face is spinning me out today because I'm seeing an insane amount of grays. I'm just having to accept that I am aging today. In the last camera setup we had, I think it just was less obvious, but today it's like, holy shit. So I'm just like trying not to look at it. All right. How is Galactus? I mean, I don't want to get your hopes up or make you upset. I thought that Galactus, I'm not really a Fantastic Four person. I'm not really even a Marvel person, to be honest with you. I just sort of, I watched the film. It was what it was. I would say Galactus was kind of corny to me. I didn't really feel anything for the villain. But I guess in a way, like, Galactus is kind of a bit like that. I don't know. I don't know I don't know what it should feel like. You know what I mean? Because he's just like a really big guy. He's just a really big guy, and he doesn't really have a lot of agency. Like, he's so big that, like, the threat of the planet being destroyed is a thing. It's like a hurricane. You know what I mean? It's not really like it's not like Thanos, where it's like, oh, that's a guy we got to worry about. He's going to come here and beat us all up. It's more just like, oh, here comes the giant. I think actually the Silver Surfer was a more interesting kind of almost villain in the movie. I was more interested in that character. The movie has issues with character drama, I think, personally. It's just there's too much going on to really appreciate. Like one character over another. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're a Fantastic Four fan, you might not need as much intro into the world, because you just know who everybody is and what they're about. And this movie really picks up like sort of in the middle of their life. It's sort of like, oh, and they're already they're Fantastic Four, and they're already celebrities, and this is just like another adventure that they're on. But for me, it's like, I don't know these people. I don't really necessarily care about these people. So it's just a bit harder to build drama when you're introducing so many people who you're supposed to know already. And it's one of those superhero movies that kind of fell into the corniness of it. It's sort of, they're trying to embrace it, but in a way, I feel like that can be a little bit, it can detract a little bit, depending on what they're trying to do. Superman was a bit similar, actually. All right. Hey, by the way, I don't know, to be honest, says, I have some feedback about the game. Where do I send it? You can put it on Discord, or you can give feedback. Yeah, you can put it on Discord. That's fair. All right. Now that I'm full-blown in Aseprite, I need some advice. Good Lord, how do I prevent the, oh my God, I've been drawing on the wrong layer. It's been killing my workflow. Okay, you can do two things. Let me show you. So, the layer situation in Aseprite kind of has like one of two paths you can go down. The first, well, they both revolve around this button here, this auto select layer. This is either going to be your best friend or your worst enemy, depending on how you want to approach the work. So if you're trying to, if you don't want to have to select the layer all the time with your brush, then you're going to be choosing a layer wherever you are, right? And then you're going to do your work, and you'll never be on the wrong layer because you're doing the right thing or whatever. However, when I'm working, I'm jumping between layers all the time, and I don't want to have to manually go down here and find the layer I want. So either pressing Control or V, you're going to see this option here. If you click that on, what I do essentially is I press V, you saw me just do it. I press V and I click the layer that I want to draw on before I put any brush down on it. And mentally, anytime I want to draw on something that's different, I press V and I click it. And then I draw on it after that. So like if I wanted, I know this is going to be on a separate layer, hypothetically. I know this is going to be on a separate layer to that. So I'll click it and I'll draw. And then I'll click over here and I'll draw that. Make sense? I'm manually selecting the layer that I want to draw on. Yeah. And that way, like I have, you know, tons of layers and I never get confused because it's just there. Sorry, Mr. Sandman. I am going to maybe delete that message because it's distracting me a little bit. Maybe I'll just, I don't want to ban you. I just don't want that. I just don't want the flashing on my screen. As much as we love Mewtwo King. All right. So, let's talk about what I want to do this week with Insignia. I've been in a little bit of a depressive sort of feeling about it. I think I might be in burnout, possibly, because I notice in my reflections on just what's happening around my work, like my day-to-day tasks that I'm doing on Insignia, are starting to get a little bit scatterbrained. Strategically, I'm noticing, you know, we talk about that sledding, you know, we talk about game dev as trying to sled up a mountain or whatever. I'm noticing myself, I'm at a certain point on the mountain and I'm going like this, trying to look for some sort of out from this current strategic dilemma that I'm in. Or at least perceived strategic dilemma. And I don't want to be there doing that. I want to sort of have a clear direction. Usually what that requires you to do is take a step back, zoom out for a bit, and look at the whole thing from the top down strategically. So let's do a quick review of sort of what the last couple of months has been like for Insignia and what I was trying to do and whether I need to be doing a bunch of these tasks before moving forward. Kind of just, yeah, what should the goals be right now? So quick recap. We kind of like finished chapter 1 in the end of March, start of April. From March, I put a bunch of effort into trying to get the game in a more polished state, system-wise, just like a couple of things that just weren't quite there in the game yet. Before like the terrifying thing that I'm trying to prepare myself for is sending the game off to a publisher without me to be there to look at it and help them if it breaks. That's the thing that I'm scared of. Okay. And in preparation for that, it's been literally like 3 months since that point where I could have sent it to somebody, but then haven't been. And then in the meantime, I've sort of done a map system, an inventory system. I've done a whole new pass on the story layer, and I've tested it, and I've gotten feedback from the players, and I've done another sort of QA layer, or I'm in the process of doing that. And I'm thinking about production, and I've sort of decided that I might have enough money to fund the production myself, and sort of just doing a lot of different things that aren't sending the demo to publishers. Hey, Robot Jomo, welcome. Thanks so much for the sub. So this thing here of like, what do I do about this problem? You know, how do I defend myself from the fear that when I send this to a publisher and they don't like it, that I'll feel bad? That's the thing I'm trying to defend myself from. There are some legitimate concerns that I need to address that I think are part of this hesitation that are valid, but maybe I don't know if I can do anything about them right now. So I don't know if they have to come before this next step. How long would it take to beat each chapter? It should take about anywhere between an hour and a half to 2.5 hours to beat each chapter. So something like 10 to 15 hours of gameplay, or like 8 to 15, depending on, yeah, it's the game, depending on how fast people play through it, it might be anywhere between like 8 and, I don't know, 20. But that's that question of like, well, what is a good, how long should the game be? What's a good length for the game? That's something that I want to answer. So we're talking about a few things here, and I've sort of been jumping around a lot. Because the publisher question is really, it's quite a striking question, the whole publisher thing. Because what it boils down to is the publisher is going to ask, what are you making? How much money do you need? And how long do you need to make it? Those are the key questions. And for all of the work that I've done on Insignia and the work the team's done, for all of what Insignia is right now, there are going to be challenges that I have to face around production that I'm very concerned about. I'm very concerned about production. Particularly, I'm concerned about my ability to scope that production. To me, that's kind of the biggest risk in the project right now. Not just the scope of the production, but the quality of the resulting production once scoped and exercised and executed. I think those things are, to me, major. Because if I can't fall on a formula that kind of really clearly isolates a winning sort of loop, a winning way of telling stories, such that the player is excited to go through the game. If I can't land on that, then I'm sort of just making a bunch of content that's bound to be boring and that players are going to just sort of like lose their grip on. If they play long enough, eventually they'll just fall off it because it's just not interesting in the right ways. It's sort of losing more steam than it's building as it plays. To me, that is the key concern. So let's write that down. Key concern that the storytelling is too unevenly structured to be guaranteed to remain interesting over the gameplay, over the playthrough. Okay. And that I don't know by what mechanisms I can make that structure better, more reliably, without iteration over time, without planned iteration. As in, i.e., I don't know that we can ever make a chapter without edits and rewrites. Okay. Then the question is, if this is something that we can't get any more certainty on, are there changes to the production schedule / design brief for the game, I should say vision for the game, that would make it easier to scope, plan, validate, etc.? Are you relying on narrative though? You're not making Braid-esque. Narrative informs the entire aesthetic gameplay loop. Huh? I mean, narrative, my game's plot-based. So yeah, of course it does. Like, the things that happen in the game that let you go to the next thing are because you did some story. You know, you engaged with, you spoke to this NPC and you watched this cutscene and you fought this boss. That's how the game is structured. So like this, the narrative has to be, it's like a movie. It's really just the things that I'm concerned about are the same things you would be concerned about if you were making a movie. Whether the movie is well paced, whether the movie makes sense, whether the movie picks up steam or loses it. It's sort of like that. Of course, there are game-specific aspects of that I need to be conscious of and that make it more complicated. But ultimately, it's is Insignia as a game a good format for a visual story? I agree, Index Gnome. I agree. So for me, I have a design background, actually, and everything that I've ever designed has required rewrites, iterations on the concept through feedback from the audience that it's intended to reach. That's just the way design works. You just have space and time to, you bake it into the process. However, I'm not sure that I can meet my budget and timelines. I'm not sure I can devise a production where I could give myself the correct amount of that, or at least right now in the current production, we suffer from those feedback points where you would use to do the rewrite. Those are too far apart. So like the time between getting player feedback or starting production on something and getting player feedback on it is like 6 months right now. It's like you have to do all of the content and then the players can give feedback on it and then we can make changes. But that's like the entire production for chapter 1 took place before I could do that iteration, before I could do that edit. Because you just don't know how at the time my response to the feedback and how do we avoid the issues. I basically thought to myself, well, I can't avoid the issues and it's going to require feedback every time and I can't make that feedback happen sooner. So therefore, I'm just signing up for us having to do 3 months worth of rewrites every single chapter. Like, is that appropriate? Does that feel normal? That means there's an extra 15 months just to tack on the end of the project. Look, I hear what you're saying, but where I'm at right now is a result of playtesting with players who haven't played the game before. So I know this isn't me saying I think this is a problem, although I do think it is. This is me saying I've identified that this is a problem. So that's how I feel about it. I think the game, I think that for me, there are certain, there's this, to talk about how I've identified this. You know, the player feedback, no players specifically said the pacing was bad, although they said the story was not that great. What I think that means is, the way I understand it in design is that if a player is not super locked in, it's because there's something wrong with the pacing and the tension. Their ability to anticipate what's happening next and how to get excited for that stuff's inhibited by the fact that they don't really understand what's going on. So it's I think diagnosing that there's a pacing issue is kind of like, it just sounds like the vibes are off. That's like the answer. If the vibes are off, it's a pacing issue. And pacing is actually just shorthand for like storytelling, really. And unfortunately, storytelling in the scope of Insignia is like the whole, everything. It's all of the pieces. It's when the game gives you the space to do crafting. It's when the game tells you it's time to do story stuff. It's when the game throws enemies in front of you or gives you side quests or puts a boss fight or a new mechanic. All of those things contribute and are part of the storytelling, the expression of the space to the player, and then allowing the player to engage in that space in a way that means that the things come down the pipeline in a nice prompt way where just as they're getting bored, something interesting happens next. That's pacing. That's story. That's part of the storytelling. So for me, there's a few things happening, right? There's a few things. Hey, Neat Games, how's it going? A few things happening. So why do I think this? Because player feedback suggested as much. Why is this a problem? So this is a problem for a few reasons. If it blows out timelines, to not know how long things are going to take. That's just damaging to the relationship with the stakeholder if you can't answer questions about why it's not clicking. Okay. 2, the game is very costly to make, right? Pixel art takes a long time and isn't very reusable. Huge. Story threading is also time consuming. I'll call it story threading. I have a synopsis for the whole game. I had the synopsis in 2017. I can give you a really, really high level version of the kinds of problems that warrant a rewrite, even though the synopsis was in place. I'll tell you the problem, okay? Let's just isolate it. So in chapter 1, originally, when the game was a lot smaller, the main quest was Armin is going to this place, the Athenaeum, to pick up a book, a journal that his father left him. This is a pretty innocuous thing. It's not supposed to be dramatic. It's supposed to be, well, it's your first day of school kind of thing. Off you go. A bit like Ash Ketchum on his first day as a Pokemon trainer or something like that, right? And in chapter 1, Orenstead, the town that he lives in, is destroyed. As I worked on the game and as the fidelity of the narrative increased and the story got longer, the time between those two beats grew, okay? And there were certain criticisms that I had of how the game was setting up the rest of the story. I was thinking, okay, it would be great if we had a better relationship with the NPCs in the town so that when the town was destroyed, we felt something a bit more. It'd be great if, as I worked on new mechanics for the game, it would be great if we introduced those mechanics in chapter 1 so that the player understood the proper vertical slice of what the game is, right? There's stuff to introduce that there wasn't when I started the game in 2017. Plot-wise, there weren't additional things happening. It's just that the game was expanding. So the distance between those two story beats of I'm off to find this book and then getting there went from something that took about 15 to 20 minutes to do to something that was like an hour and a half to do. And the implications of what the player needed to know about the world and what that meant for them and their anticipation, those needs grew, right? As we're telling more story about the town, we're turning like a few paragraphs into a chapter of book writing. As that stuff increases, suddenly the player has more time and space to ask questions. Why is this important? Where is the real experience? Or is this what the whole game is about? Eventually it's like, I realized, like in the most recent version, it's strange that I don't give the player more information, like exposition about what's happening in this world. There's some really interesting, exciting stuff that's like fantasy epic stuff down the pipeline, plot-wise. But because it takes 2.5 hours before we get that exposition, none of the marketing material, none of the story in chapter 1, because it's supposed to be a twist, sort of a turn that happens, the first chapter feels very bland. It's like 2.5 hours of something that feels a bit little. And the implications of those things, the dramatic things that happen right at the end of the first chapter, those things happen too late for the player to really understand the weight of. There's no anticipation for those things. Now, when the game, again, was 20 minutes long for that first chapter, it made perfect sense. And none of the plot has changed. I want to maintain. None of the things. The thing is, like, structurally, as a hero's journey plot, it's fine. Chapter 1's good as it is. I mean, every hero's journey starts with the hero's world being turned upside down, something happening that thrusts them out into the world, and the refusal of the call, blah, blah, blah. All of that happens in chapter 1, and it's great. It's good that it happens in chapter 1. But there are certain aspects about the driving elements of who are the villains? Why should we care about these things that are happening? How do we align our concerns and interests with the player's concerns and interests, the player character's concerns and interests, such that when chapter 2 starts, we know exactly where we're going, what we have to do. It's that I lost that in the building out of the world, because there was a lot that wasn't being said for the purpose of a reveal, and then the reveal it felt kind of cheap because there was so much by contrast that the player had experienced, that it was sort of like, oh, okay, I guess the town got attacked. All right, what does this mean? Oh, I got a magic sword. Cool. And in the meantime, the stuff in the middle kind of feels a bit slow, because it's like, when is the story picking up? So it's really just a question of, like, I see it like this. You have your dramatic arc. This is like your whatever 5-act structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. The phases of the story, right? And this is chapter 1. This is like end of 1, act 1. If this is the end of act 1, by this point in time, enough has happened that it's you should have enough propulsion to send you into chapter 2. But the thing is, the human attention span is constant, right? So if I have this happen in like 40 minutes, I think you can kind of get away with it. But as soon as I do this, now it's like, hang on, I'm getting kind of bored halfway. I'm expecting something to happen here. I'm expecting something to happen. I have this problem with the current Marvel movies. All of the Marvel movies in the first sort of 2009 to 2019 did this thing where each movie is an arc, and at the very end of the arc, at the very end of the movie, there'd be an end of credits sequence where you'd get something that creates anticipation for the next one. But it's not just the appearance of a character. It's something dramatically interesting that relates to what we just saw, this thing that's just happened. Something's now setting us up for the next beat. And there are new questions created. Not just who is that, but like, oh no, how is this going to affect what just happened and what's about to happen for the characters that I care about? You have to be able to know what it means when this thing happens here. So for me, like, I think by extending chapter 1, there's a point right in the middle where you're sort of like, we've asked a lot of questions. You know, we've sort of gotten to this point where a lot of stuff's set up, but like there's no payoff yet. We're sort of just being in suspense for like this extended period of time beyond our attention span. And new things are being introduced, but it's like, I need some traction in the mud to get my interest going. That's what I think is the problem. You know, and good editing is to say, okay, cut this and just have this happen sooner. And that's what I've done. But the problem is that the reason why it's this long is not lazy writing. The reason why it's this long is actually mechanical purposes. There are like systems that are being introduced here that are part of the vertical slice that, yes, I have edited it so that some of these they become optional, so you can skip them. So you still get introduced to them, but if you were really trying to get ahead, if you were getting kind of bored, you can kind of option your way into getting some story sooner. So you can just do these 2 instead of having to go through these 4 before going on. But like that process of me identifying that, oh, this is asking too much of the player's attention span. These things should be optional. This part of the story needs to happen here. And then how can I rewrite it so that we sort of end still on a high note? Those things have literally nothing to do with the plot summary of the game. Like, this is the plot summary of the game. None of, this kind of shifting back a little bit is like a little bit of an edit, but like narratively, it's the same mountain, it's the same structure, same characters, same moments. It's just, maybe I shouldn't have this be so secret. Maybe the character should reach here first so that he has a bit of an understanding about what's happening before we do this bit. Stuff like that. And unfortunately, even those little edits, I mean, this is the kind of thing that George R.R. Martin is probably getting hung up on for the past 15 years of writing The Winds of Winter. When there are so many interlocking parts, shuffling them means you have to refactor and rethink how everything else works. So I'm quite familiar with this now. What was the player feedback on the systems that are being introduced in Chapter 1? The player feedback amounted, I think, to something like, the introduction of those systems is too run on. That was the issue. The player was introduced to this idea, I'm going here. And on the way, the game sort of accordions out and goes, hang on, before you can do that, I got to introduce you to system A, system B, system C, system D. And you're constantly sort of being waylaid by the systems being introduced. Now, these systems are really important. They're really pivotal systems that are supposed to be really fun. This is the game here. But because the setup told you to expect this, until this happens, you kind of feel like you're in a bottle episode of a TV show. It's like, I thought we were going here. And like the game sort of says, yeah, we're getting there. Don't worry. But it's like, the motivations are just wrong. If I just move this to here and then say, and now you have to do this. Now these don't feel like they're accordions at all. They just feel like the thing that happens after the thing that you were supposed to do. It's purely a perceptual thing. That's what I think anyway. Because it's like, a video game is not... This is the thing that makes video games really interesting, is that if you're making an app, the user of the app has needs, and the app's job is to suit their needs. So when I download an app that's like a webcam app that lets me turn my phone into a webcam, I'm like, how do I get to the point where my phone camera is literally being a webcam for my computer? And everything that I'm doing, learning how to use it, connecting it up to the computer, is in service of that one thing. So as a designer, you can say, okay, how do I collapse that as quickly as possible, because I want the user to get their interest. I want to serve their needs sooner. With a game, it's like, well, the content is whatever I say it is, as long as I can convince you to be interested in it. And something that is throwaway could be your favorite part if I set it up correctly. Something that feels like a chore could be what you consider content if it's set up correctly. Fetch quests, people complain about fetch quests, but like most video games are fetch quests. Like in some capacity, it's just about how it's framed. needing to get something and then going to get it so that you can do something else is like the basis of like everything in a video game. It's like every RPG system, every action adventure, even Super Mario Brothers is a fetch quest. So yeah, Minecraft is a bunch of fetch quests. It's just about, okay, how has this been introduced to me in such a way that I'm excited about it? Why is it? Because it usually comes down to need, not need, perceived utility. That's what it comes down to. Like, it will be valuable for me to care about this thing that I'm going to go fetch, because once I have that thing, then and you start to, you start to think future thoughts. You start to anticipate the results. And that's where the fun signals in the brain happen. It's the understanding the meaning behind why I need to fetch the thing. Or escort missions, same difference, right? I have a thing I need to take somewhere, or I have to go somewhere to get a thing. That's like everything a person ever does. And even like, if I tell you that we're going to go to the beach and we're going to go find seashells, that's like my wife's favorite thing to do. If I go and tell her, you've done some crime, now you need to go and pick up rubbish as a community service. It's like those two tasks functionally are like identical. Like looking for rubbish and looking for seashells are not different in the kinds of processes your brain is doing. You're looking around for something, you find a thing, you go, oh, okay, you put it in a bucket and you move on to the next bit of area where you're trying to find something. But the perception of like, this is what I want versus this is punishment is totally, it colors the entire experience. And so a game is like that. You just have to, it's just literally about giving the player a series of things to do that they can anticipate are going to be valuable to them based on a bunch of frameworks that you created structurally. So why is mining fun in Minecraft? Why is power washing simulator fun, but vacuuming in real life not fun? It's like I don't like to wash my car, but I like to wash other people's car in virtual reality. It's like, it's why? It's silly, but that's how it is. Is there any story-driven game in particular? Yeah, but people go to the gym, right? And all they do is physical labor. They pay for it. But if you were to be in prison and you have to like pull some, heavy machinery around as part of your prison sentence or whatever, you would think, oh no, I'm in jail and I'm being forced to do this labor. But like people pay to go to the gym and all they do is labor and they get nothing for it except, the same thing that you would if you were in prison. So again, it's just all about framing and perception. So is there a game that I think does this right? I think was the question. Yeah. I think like a lot of JRPGs get storytelling and pacing right. Final Fantasy X does it quite well. I personally don't feel like the comparisons are very easy to make, unfortunately, between two different stories, because it's quite abstract how that tension is being pulled and pushed. I could say something like, maybe if Insignia had a looser structure, we could spread things out a bit further to be more like Final Fantasy X, where in that game, they really sort of have significant story beats happening through the tutorial. There's a lot of movement in that game, but I don't think we're at a place where we can do that kind of that level of, that game's premise, the story is it is inherently very dramatic to begin with. Yes, I know, Robot. Yeah, that's the thing. We've talked about in the last couple of days of the stream, we've talked about that too. We've talked about like, what if we just take a step back from some of these more literal storytelling aspects? Is it possible that we just do less and let the player build their own anticipation by having the world be something that you sort of just explore? I'm not against that, actually. I don't think that's a bad suggestion. However, to me, the project itself is a how do I put it? The project for me is a very literal story. That's what it is for me. So the value in the project, I would find it boring to work on the game if all Insignia was a very vague Metroidvania, where it was sort of just Souls-like story world building, where it's sort of like, oh, you talk to the player, you give them like a little bit of a hint at something that they could get excited about, and then you sort of just let them go for like 12 hours. I know those can be fun, and exploration drives those experiences. I'm not really looking to have my game be devoid of that plot, because I just don't think I don't have any connection to the characters in the Dark Souls games or to Hollow Knight. I don't feel anything. They're fun games, but like, I want to tell a story where 10 years later you say, oh, I love that game. I love the point where such and such meets so and so, or when such and such sacrifices. But like, I want to talk about the plot. You know, that's part of the game. That's part of what makes the art worth doing for me. So, coming back to this, we kind of went through this already. So just to come back to this, back to me really, and like why I feel anxious at the moment, as a producer, not just as a director or creator or editor. So there's a few reasons why this is an issue. It blows out timelines and hurts the relationship with a publisher to not know how long things are going to take or how much additional work there is at the end. 2, the game is already very costly to make. So this means that the game is inherently risky. Right? It's not a question of marketability. It's a question of, will this thing ever come out? I had this conversation with a publisher in March. These were the words that he said to me. He said, Adam, this looks great. This is so polished. My question is, are you even able to finish this? That's what he said to me. His name's Ben. Ben said that to me. He's the CEO of he was the founder and CEO of a publisher. He sold the company last year, I think, and he was considering purchasing it back when I was speaking to him. So we weren't really in a position to talk about publishing together. But as someone who publishes games, that was his biggest question for me, is this something you can even finish? And I think I have a lot of respect for that question, because it's what I'm feeling right now. As I think about scoping the game for chapter 2 and on, it's sort of like, it's one thing for the game to just be my passion project and I just get it done when I get it done. It's another thing to say, I have a team that I want to work on this game and I want the game to come out within the next 24 months. Full stop. That's hard to do. It's hard to say specifically, this is how long it'll take. And unfortunately, me getting access to those funds is contingent on me being able to say, this is how long it's going to take. That's the problem. But I really feel this way. I think Insignia is the first game. I think of Insignia today. It started as like my first game. my first big game. And when I first started it, I thought, I want to work on this game as a solo developer. And then one day I will be a director. That's how I thought about the project. That has changed. Now, Insignia is the game that I am the director of first. It's my first game and I'm also the director of it. And there's a skill set that as a director in that part of my career that I thought was happening in the future, but it's happening right now. The skill set is being able to deliver a game on time and on budget, a good game. So learning that skill set is something that I'm having to do right now. And it's beyond just saying the game will be good one day. It's like, do I know how to set a standard that is achievable within a certain time frame? And can I make hard decisions, good compromises to slim down the parts that are too bulky so that we get to our destination, again, on time, on budget, in a way that people think that the game is fun when it comes out. That's what being a good director is, or at least a good producer. And I want that skill. I'm prepared to execute that skill, to build it and execute on it. I've thought about it, Diamond. Yeah, it's not a principled decision I would make, but it's a resort that I would fall to if things were struggling. So, what makes you think that you can't? I think that when I look at chapter 2, right? So this is chapter 1. And there are some key so there's one more here. Level design is a serious risk in being very entangled in the experience. And finally, I don't think we're yet leveraging the most attractive identity this game could have. So what I mean by that is, we were talking about this last stream, actually. If you look at the level design for Insignia, you look at screenshots of the game compared to other games, Insignia has something of a problem. Shots like this look pretty good. This one's not bad, but it's starting to show you the issue. When the player is running around, there's a lot of spaces where the game's action is not framed very well. It's sort of a big network of geometry, but it's not very kind of like visually well structured, and it can get a bit samey. It can sort of feel a little bit like that run-on thing I was talking about before, where it's like, oh, I'm still running through this area. It sort of has this effect of being a bit nondescript, right? Some of these spaces, they just feel like level, but they don't feel like storytelling. There's no world building happening in this space. Partly because it's just like not that polished, but also like it was so expensive to make this tile set and these doors, and having things be, what's the word, tessellating right now takes up a lot of energy. So like this doorway, if I was making Super Mario Bros. 3, this doorway would be literally an archway made of pixels, and that's it. You would go, you would just literally do this. This is Super Mario Bros. 2 actually, but you could do something like this, and you could say, okay, that's your doorway, done. Finish the door. That's easy. For Insignia, it's like I've got all this effort that has to go into making things fit. But making things fit doesn't make the game more fun. It doesn't make the game more exciting. It doesn't make the game more dramatic. It doesn't make the game more interesting. It's just a thing that has to be done for the purposes of satisfying people's critical brain about whether or not they like believe the world is real or whatever, that they believe that they can get immersed in it. There are certainly some things that you can't get away with or they'll break immersion. But the more you ask of the player to see the world as a real place, the more critical they get. And for a fantasy video game, I actually don't care that much. I don't think that I should care that much. That the world feels real, has like verisimilitude. I don't think that's actually important. But I spend so much energy in the game right now servicing tessellation of pixels, color palettes, things like that. These things that are like, well, I'm making a pixel art game, it has to do this. Assumptions that things matter. You know what I mean? Those things are very expensive, but they don't add anything to the game. You know? So I was thinking, like, you know, a space like this takes a third of the time. Not a third, what am I talking about? Maybe like 5% of the time. This took like 10 minutes to make this. And it's more interesting to look at, in my opinion, than this. Because this is just a flat green space. This has some depth to it. There's some atmosphere. We're interested in where we are. Structurally, the composition is easier to do because there's less detail. So the question is, like, how important is detail to me right now? That's the kind of thing that I'm prepared to compromise on. Now, obviously, this isn't finished either. I would still polish this, but perceptually, I can make a much more dramatically structured world with much less effort if the level design and the pixel art tessellation and whatever is like, if I have this standard, I need to meet that standard, and that's currently very expensive to meet that standard. And also it's holding me back creatively. So, hey, Renarison Lucas, welcome. So this is kind of where I'm at. To me, I think that it's almost like it's been a long time coming that I have this mindset. And what I'm really trying to do here is something that I've been trying to do for about 7 years. I want a 6-month cycle per chapter. That's what I want. That's what I need for this game. It needs to do that, okay? In order for me to release the game, I need to get to a point where it has a 6-month cycle per chapter. At least. I mean, like, at most. So, in order to do that, there needs to be iteration time. Let's call it a third. Let's just say it's a third of the time. If the iteration time is a third of the total, okay, then this is really more like a 4-month cycle. So now the question is, how can I change what chapter 1 is? Because this took us 8 months. This is like desired, like expected, right? And this is current. Currently, it's more like 8 months and no time for iteration. And and I had a lot of pre-production on chapter 1 already done. So like we're still at this place where it's like 8-month cycle plus 4 months for iteration. It's like a 12-month cycle. That's kind of where we're at. Currently. This needs to change to this. No. This is the thing. So what can we compromise? We can compromise pixel art detail. Not quality, just the amount of detail. And I think we'll get better environments. So let's talk about it. Compromises. Echoes of Pestilence. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I haven't done this yet. I'm in the process of doing this in the last couple of days. We literally just had this discussion on Friday for the purpose. We just discovered that we could have this conversation on Friday. Looking at other games, how detailed they are versus how detailed our game is. Ultimately, Blasphemous is about as detailed as Insignia, maybe even a little more, but this game has had like 20 people on it. So it's just impractical for me to chase it. So pixel art detail. Another one is like level continuity. Make smaller chunks of level based on very specific gameplay or narrative ideas so that they are more hot swappable and less dependent on each other. Also less likely to have fat in them. Huge issue that I have right now in my level design, and I've identified this for a long time, is that I have a lot of foyer spaces. I have a lot of like, oh, you've walked into the threshold and now you have to walk a little bit further before the game design starts because of just the fact that just doors take up space. When you load into a level, you need to give a bit of breathing room, but it's like, I've got one here, I've got some down here, I've got some over here, I've got some up here. It's like, imagine if I could make this level this, now it's a different level. It's just the extra bits off of the edges. And maybe having more seams would make that more of a problem. I don't know. But if we can solve that such that there's just less connective tissue, that would be really good. And I'm incentivized to have less connective tissue because currently there's just a lot of fat in the game. I think less dialogue would help. Some more world storytelling would be nice. I think that the game is a bit dialogue heavy at the moment. Characters are very chatty and the player has to like watch a lot of talking. I would like to strip that down a little bit. I just need to be careful because you risk having a game that's too it's just not explicit and there are certain things that are very important that you just need to understand about how, like the mechanics of the world, basically. Not the mechanics of the game, but like, what is this world? How does it work? Who are these people? Why do they care about this? Why are these two people upset at each other? Why do we need to go over here? Why can't we do, like, it's just stuff about the world that I've built that needs to be explained to the player one way or another. And even if it's visual in a cutscene, those are very expensive to put together as well. The animations that show and don't tell can be more expensive sometimes. So that's more of tension between storytelling, pace, and production quality, but that's fine. Did I not know how to spell that word? Okay. What else can we compromise? What else is a problem? Pixel art takes a long time. Story threading is time consuming. Level design is time consuming. So simpler story, I mean, I don't think that's an issue really. I think that right now it's pretty well balanced. It's just that I guess less linear plot. Having more optional content gives the player the space to move on at their pace rather than be blocked by content they're less interested in. I do have a story from start to end. Yeah, it's not playable, but it's written. I think these three things will help a lot. There are also things we can do with enemies. There's another layer of this that I haven't really consider this for enemy/ability design. There's something here about more literal components with less guesswork. So I have this problem in my game where I sometimes just fall into this trap of trying to be too subtle. So for example, this is pretty straightforward, right? It's got a big red target on it. You attack the target, you go up. It looks like an elevator, you can ride it up, fair enough. It even tells you how to use it in the previous screen. But this is abstract. It's like, there's a puzzle here, but like, how do you know as the player that this is just a graphical thing versus like a real thing you can interact with? Like, a lot of players just attack it. I mean, you can attack boxes, so like, why can't you just attack this thing? It's like, oh no, you have to like specifically attack it upward. But like, it doesn't even look like it's just like too ambiguous. It's not clear enough that you're supposed to do that just by looking at it. And with the player abilities in the game, they also have this issue where the pegs and the holes aren't obviously shaped to be the same, to be for each other. It's harder to identify what a puzzle is in the game because everything's so organic. All the moments are super organic. And I think that the game's going to suffer because it's harder to market a game if the pieces aren't as obvious. It's hard to show people that it's a puzzle if it's not obviously a puzzle. And I have to relent that. It's unfortunate that I have to do that, but that's just the way it is. So like this here, like for example, you can climb up here if you use this ability. But like, this isn't shaped like a thing that requires you to do that. Also, you can cross this gap here with the abilities. So solving that feather puzzle requires you to have at least one of these abilities. You can kind of get away, I think, with just one of them. No, you need both. So this doesn't look like a, oh, I need to use A and then B puzzle. It's just like a big gap that maybe I can cross, maybe I can't. I guess you could just use the one if you're really clever. But the breakpoints, visual breakpoints and identification is not that great in the game right now. And unfortunately, like, you know, I could make a game that was less explicit, but my game is explicit. It does ask you to do very specific things. Oh, really? Blasphemous is popular now, where you are. How do I think it'll impact the scope of production? It'll make it easier, because it means that if we have some quest that we don't get around to making, that doesn't break the rest of the game. Whereas right now, if I can't, right now, when I look at the plot, and again, I'm not saying that the plot itself, there's so many layers of this conversation, because like on one hand, like I was saying earlier, there's like the plot, like the, if it was a book, there's the things that happen in the book. Those aren't really up for negotiation. But in the game, the hero's, the player's hero's path, as in Breath of the Wild, if I was to draw a line about everywhere you have to go, the linear path you have to take to get from A to B, that is too linear. So if I make it so that you can get to the next plot beat faster, because I turn something into a side quest instead of being on the main path, that's fine then, because then you just move on. Or if we don't get around to making it, it just gets taken out and it's just, everything else just sews back up, no problem. So having it be less linear will make it more modular. Think of it like this. It's the difference between a chain of a sequence of things that need to get done in order to get from A to B versus a tree where there are some branching paths. If we're just trying to get from A to B, this is easier to do than this, because this requires that you do everything, that you visit every node before you can finish it. Whereas this, it's like, you can do this or you don't have to, it's optional. You could do this and then this if you want, but it's not, it's optional. So you could just do this, this and this and you're done, you know? These are optional. So that would be my, if I could have it feel like this instead of this, that would be better, I think. Because then, again, if you delete this, no one feels like the story's gotten worse. No one feels like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, it's like, this didn't have to be a certain way for this to make sense. Whereas here, if you take this away, it's like, oh, but how did we get from here to here? It doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. It depends, Robbie. Hey, Cuppa Joe. Welcome. Show us your game. Okay. Welcome, everybody. My name's Adam, and I'm working on this game called Insignia. Insignia is my passion project. It's the thing that I stream. It's the only thing that I do on this stream. And it's available to wishlist right now, actually. That's not how you spell wishlist, though. There you go. So, you play as this character. His name is Armin, and he's the son of a blacksmith who disappeared a year ago. So it's now his responsibility to take up the trade of blacksmithing. It's got kind of RPG vibes, but it's an action adventure game. So you got sword combat and all kinds of dodge rolling, and there's different directional attacks. Think Smash Brothers, you know. Hey. So this is what I'm making, and we have just gotten to the point where I'm sort of, these days, I'm the director of the project. And I am still the lead developer, lead artist, lead designer, everything else. Used to be solo. But nowadays, I'm thinking more like a producer. I'm thinking about what can we cut, what can we streamline as we go to pitch to publishers to get more funding. Hey, Game Over, welcome. Yeah. I'm the YouTube tutorial guy. I do all the pixel art stuff. So yeah, the game's got this cool equipment management system and like I said, combat and a lovely story with lots of characters. And at the moment, we're mostly just thinking about how we can kind of streamline the game so that it's more easy to make the game fun and releasable. Because right now the game's really bulky. It takes a long time to edit things and iterate on things, and just in general pacing is really hard to update because all the different pieces of the game are heavy and dependent on each other. I am talking to a seasoned producer. I'm talking to the producer who worked on Epic Mickey at the moment. I think I can say that. We're having chats about, he's giving me a bit of a hand on just understanding how these things go and what to expect and that kind of thing. So, yeah, a Disney game producer is somebody who I'm talking to, who has a long career. I'm hoping to have a few more chats with him. We've spoken a couple times, but yeah. Yeah. Hey, genderless spawn. Welcome. Yeah. So we're talking. Not Warren Spector. No. Actually, I'm not sure if he was like the lead producer on that game or just a producer. In fact, if I'm being honest, I don't know if he was the producer on that game. I know that he worked on the game and that he's a producer. But not like a celebrity producer. Not like Steven Spielberg is the producer of, you know, Star Wars or whatever. Or Indiana Jones. It's more like he worked as a producer. I think the game would have multiple producers, but yeah, I'll have to check that. I should be careful about citations. So yeah, this is the game. And I'm just doing some edits before we go to like the path of having like release dates and like actual milestones, even like Kickstarter, all that stuff. I'm still like really careful about setting expectations. That's right, Booyah. Yeah, he did all of that stuff by himself. He actually, he actually gave George Lucas the script of. What does my contact think of the game and my chances? I don't think I've had him play it yet. We've sort of just had a chat so far. I'm actually looking to have his services be a bit more of a regular thing. We've sort of just gone into this like, hey, how are you? This is me. This is my game. You know, what opportunity is there for us to chat? What was your experience? Here are my initial things that I'm worried about. Do you think that these sound familiar? Could you help me with these? That kind of thing. Just like a consultation. So the next thing would be, yeah, getting into the game and talking about it. In fact, that might be the thing after the next meeting. The next meeting, I'd like to talk specifically about this stuff that we're talking about today on stream. So like what of the things that I've highlighted, are these things I should chase? Am I looking in the wrong direction? Am I getting worked up about stuff that doesn't matter? That's kind of where I'm at. So looking at the stuff we just said that we would change about the game, we've kind of identified today, for those of you who've just rated, a few key concerns to do with the production of the game. So literally just the getting stuff done and making sure that it comes out on time and on budget. That's a huge, huge factor, because we're talking about like hundreds of thousands of dollars here that I'm sort of looking for in funding to employ, up to 6 or 7, 8 people for more than 1 year. And I want to be responsible for that. Your voice is so scarily smooth, scarily soothing. Those are new words that I've heard. I've never heard those two words put together at the same time. Scarily soothing. Well, that would be my naturally deep voice. Definitely no microphone modifiers here. I'm just really tired all the time. I just got a croaky voice. It just occurred to me that your issue is a little bit similar to what my writer friend had with her last book. Yeah, it's typical for this kind of thing to happen to novel writers, I think. So let's just go over it really quickly for those of you who have just come in from the raid. So the key concern is that the storytelling is too unevenly structured to be guaranteed to remain interesting over the playthrough. And that I don't know by what mechanisms I can make that structure better, more reliably, without some sort of iteration pass. I.e., I don't know that we can ever make a chapter without edits and rewrites. I think we just have to have those, because it's hard to not need to edit something, to just get it right first go. It's just really hard to do. Why do I think this? Because the player feedback suggested as much. So we had some feedback for some playtesting recently, and it was clear that players thought that the pacing was a little bit off, that it dragged a little bit. And I didn't know that before we tested it. So that means that we had to do a bit of edits, which takes time and resources beyond what we planned. Therefore, if this is something that we can't get any more clarity on, are there changes to the vision of the game that would make it easier to scope and plan and validate? So clearly, or to be clear, the question is, why is it a problem that these things take iteration? Why is it an issue? Well, the issues are, 1, it blows out timelines, hurts our relationship with a publisher to not know how long things are going to take or how much additional work there is at the end. Imagine someone's paid you lots and lots of money and you say, oh, I don't know, we've just got to keep working on it. You can't have that. The second is that the game's already very costly to make. Pixel art takes a long time. It's not very reusable. If you do a cutscene with a bunch of characters and then you realize that cutscene shouldn't be in the game, what happens to the work? You can't reuse it. All right, Copper Joe, thank you so much. Thanks for the raid. So the other is that story threading in the engine is time consuming. It can take a long time to set up a bunch of quest flags, put characters in specific spots, have them say specific things, set up the cutscene so that the animations happen a certain way when you walk into a room for the first time, blah, blah, blah. And then if you change all of that to make it so that this person actually doesn't say that, or this happens later, the knock-on effect, the cascade of things that have to get updated is super expensive. So updating story in a game is really expensive. Level design is a serious risk because it's the same thing as the story thing. If I wanted to change how the levels work, if I needed to say, oh, actually, I should block off this path here and make it so that you can walk up here, or maybe I want you to be able to exit this level before going into the watchtower. We have a pretty good system right now with auto tiling and easy rerouting of the levels, but it's still really expensive to do. It's still really costly to update geometry for the sake of story or for the sake of gameplay updates. Like if I want to move a tutorial for something back, all the things that rely on that tutorial can't be in front of it, they have to be behind it, stuff like that. And yet, through all of these costs, I feel like, yeah, puzzle platformer, action adventure, that would be the right way to say it. And yet, all of these costs, I don't think, through all these costs, I don't think that we're yet leveraging the most attractive identity for this game. I don't think that these screenshots for the game that are really hard to, the levels that are really hard to make, their screenshots are not pretty. It's not an interesting space. It's very generic. So, currently that means that the game in its form is inherently risky, right? It's marketable. Like, people are excited about the game. They see the characters running through. I just showed you the first little, 2 minutes of the game, and it looks exciting and fun and pretty. But that's not the problem. The problem is, like, is the game makeable? Is it feasible to make this game and finish it? So that the whole game reflects that first 2 to 3 minutes. So we've come up with some compromises. One is the level of detail in pixel art. Now, detail sounds like quality, but it's not. Detail is literally about the density of the art itself, like the literal how many pixels do you place in order to make something done. Characters, very detailed. This background, not very detailed. Still high quality, just not a lot of color density, not a lot of contrast. Looking back up here, you can see the difference, okay? So this is like frame 1. Let's have a look. Let's look at differences in detail. So this is probably the highest detail, not the best composition. Hey there, Triangle, thanks for the raid. This is a version with lower detail, but more interesting structure. Some foreground elements, some midground elements. Got some light shafts coming through, using a bit of depth of field blur in some of these versions to do some masking. I was looking at techniques. So if I have low detail, what techniques can I employ to mask the low detail? And blurring is one that I think it's possible to get away with it. I'm not sure if I would commit to it as a strategy, but I think, that HD 2D kind of Octopath Traveler sort of thing, we might be able to do that in this game. I know that certainly Hollow Knight gets away with it, right? But then there's just like committing to just like a simpler presentation style for a lot of this stuff. So, just having the colors be flatter. You can still have interesting structural elements in the composition of the level. This has got some real depth to it and height. As you look back up into the cavern that this has taken place in or whatever. Much, much more ambitious spatially than this. Higher quality? Better? I don't know. It kind of comes out. Let's put it to you. Do you think if you were to look at these, which one, knowing that this is work in progress, right? Let's imagine this is just like a little bit more polished. So like none of these weird, awkward lines and stuff, but in terms of just like the level of stuff, let's call it A, B, and C. If I put them in front of you, which is your favorite and by like how much? Like a clear winner, marginally, or like, let me put them horizontal again. I'll put this one here actually, and this one here. So we've got, let's go like this. Hang on. This is A. This is B. This is C. Let's just do a comparison. How do you feel about A, B, and C? Actually, a lot of diversity, right? Mixture of B and C. A isn't even like the most. A has come up like a couple of times. So if you can imagine, do you think you could guess how long it took to make the assets for A, B, and C? These two, C and B, were done in between the two, about 20 minutes. I put this, this is like 5 minutes. This is like 10 minutes. First, your Insignia box under the stream, shorten the Steam link. This, the tile set for this took weeks. So, I should explain. The characters obviously took a long time. The tent took a long time. This tent took. Well, okay. Let's compare the tents, right? This is really important. Really important. Okay, let's just compare apples to apples. Okay. This tent is obviously more detailed than that tent. It's better. But is it worth it that it was better? Because this tent took like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. This tent took about 50 seconds. So I'm not saying like I would release the game looking like this. But what I am saying is that even looking like this, you don't look at this and go, yuck, and look at this and go, whoa. Right? They're sort of just tents. So the value that we get out of the work is much, much lower with the higher fidelity look. These pixels look good. It looks good, but it's not that interesting to have a big bush in the back and then nothing else. And the problem with that is that this takes place here in the middle of a level right now. It takes place somewhere that I can't get around that, right? This is just, it is this. Like I can't like make this moment more interesting in the current level design setup. So one of my proposals is that we take scenes like this we take scenes like this and we say, okay, this is a scene. And 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 this is a scene. So now instead of this being an area where you just like walking and walking and walking and it's the same everywhere you walk, it's the same brown, same green, same brown, same green. Instead, I could do a lot more with this. The real question is whether it would be actually faster. Like maybe it's not. Yeah. I mean, look, the game doesn't really look like that in the anthill sort of way. Like when you're playing it, the camera's doing a lot. So like there's this, see, like this, it's like level. We've got a scrolling camera, so it's all fine. And then like you can come down here and we'll do that. And then when you drop down here, the camera sort of zooms to frame the action the way that Celeste sort of does, but not as aggressively. All right, but we're not following freely. We're sort of framing spaces. It's just that, what's the value of that? So I think honestly, what I think is that faster transitions between disconnected spaces would be better than organically, perfectly arranged places. Like, I don't think that being able to drop from here down to this moment is necessarily useful. And the fact that like these rocks are, you know, right next to these rocks or whatever in the background, I don't think that the continuity matters that much. I think this moment matters more. It's just the other problem with that is that the level, then this becomes 6 rooms instead of 1 room. So there's a balance here that I need to be very careful of. Because the pacing is now dependent on how long one little seam takes to cross. If I have to fade to black and then come in from black every single one of these, that might not be great. It might be really awkward and slow. It might feel really tense. There's a game called Nevermore that we were talking about last stream. Nevermore is the extreme other end of the spectrum, where every scene is one screen. That's it. It's one screen. The camera never moves. But when you leave a scene, it snaps and you're at the next one. So, beautiful hillside. Okay, now we're at the top of the hill. You know? That instant snap makes it feel like it's all one space, even though these are completely separate drawings, right? The artwork, like this is beautiful. What a beautiful frame to walk up this bridge overlooking this beautiful, you know, we're up in the clouds, and then boom, we're here. Now, yeah, of course, I will have scrolling inevitably. My level design's too big. I need more. In a specific space to do a puzzle, I need a lot of screen space. I need multiple screens worth of stuff. But from the art side, to make interesting compositions, not having the dependence, not being forced to connect this to this is valuable. As in, the fact that the camera doesn't scroll from here to here is good. It's important that it doesn't scroll, because it means that this can look like whatever it wants and this can look like whatever it wants, and you don't have to worry about the bit in between. Well, even Celeste does it. To an extent. What I'm really talking about here, like the difference, literally speaking. Okay, so we're in a level's moving. Okay. This is a scrolling level, but we can't see the previous level, right? If we go back, there's a moment here where the camera goes whoop. Right? That moment probably doesn't need to be authentic. I could do a screen wipe here where I do black goes down and then white comes back up. Right? Like I could make the screen go whoop, whoop. Fade, fade. I don't have to literally move the camera from A to B to prove to you that this is a continuous space. And I don't think it matters that this is a continuous space. I don't think it matters that this happens to be physically above and to the left of the place that we just came from. I don't think it's whatever. Like this here, this being a camera shift versus a screen wipe, I don't know how important that is. Because right now, this is what we're actually already doing. Like what we just drew is what it is. Now, maybe we do just draw a bunch of spaces and that's it. Like, I could make this more, I could make the cameras more strict, you know. If I take these here, you can see these boxes. These boxes are like those Celeste frames, right? The camera sort of, there we go. The camera here, when we're in this space, the camera looks here. When we're in this space, the camera looks here. And then as soon as you transition out, what I do have is free-flowing camera beats between the two. It's just that, like, for me, I have a lot of these like in-between spaces where nothing's really happening, like dropping down this tunnel. And then as you cross over, we get into a new frame. Would I have to redo chapter 1? No, I could easily cut this stuff out and paste it in new scenes and then just link the scenes together. And we're really talking about like specifically maybe like just these 5 levels, these 4, maybe also the crucible. As to whether or not you would break them up. That's all it really is. It's like, maybe I would split this into 2. Maybe I would split this into like 4. Maybe I would split this. I wouldn't split this at all. But maybe here I would split this into 2. Like it's just chunking the game into different sizes. But the content would be the same. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't actually be cutting out art. These levels are not hand drawn. These are tiled. My concern right now is that the levels are too nondescript. They're too similar and continuous for it to really feel interesting. But actually, if I'm being honest, I don't think that's my highest priority. Like making these changes is not, this thing with the levels chunks is like probably the lowest thing on the list of like what I would actually change. So let's just frame this a little bit so that we know what we're talking about when we look at it. This is called level continuity. This is pixel art detail. So what were the others? Less linear plot. We've talked about that. That was the edits that we just did. All of this in the last couple of weeks. And then the ability to design templates is something that I also, it's on the backlog. It's probably the most important thing after the rest of this gets sorted. So level continuity would be probably the third most important thing. Is pixel art detail the most important? I don't know. What do we have to gain? I think certainly... No, I think the most important is the plot. For sure. And then these two are kind of tied to each other. Is it going to be a Metroidvania? It's been trending towards a Metroidvania as I've been working on it. What tends to happen is that, you know, games there are genres for a reason, and it's usually because those formulas work. So for me, I'm trying to find a formula that works for my content, and I am noticing that like Metroidvania conventions tend to be, as I employ them, I'm noticing that some of the tensions that I have in my gameplay are lessened. So it's like, if I make it a Metroidvania, it might be easier to make. Or if I make it a platformer, a pure platformer, easier to make. If I make it an Undertale clone, easier to make. But obviously only some of those are viable that I would actually bother doing. So it's really just a question of like, yeah, where do I think I can gain value by simplifying the experience down into something that sort of, you know, might be closer to another genre. And it's not specifically, I'm not looking at those genres and saying I should make it a Metroidvania because blah. It's more just like, oh, I noticed that when I do this for this purpose, it looks a little bit more Metroidvania-ish. Like adding a world map gave us a lot of anticipation, created a lot of anticipation in the gameplay. Well, Metroidvanias have those for that reason. So it's like that. Right, exactly. How important is the artwork that I'm putting years of time into when Undertale has so much, you know, it's such a celebrated game and its art's kind of average. Now, I love that my game looks good when it looks good. That's super important to me. But I can make my art look good and be lower effort. We've just sort of proved that to an extent, with a little bit more work, I could do some really lovely backgrounds such that the game's screenshots just looked amazing. The thing is, I think there's a specific problem that I have that we're talking about today, and it's sort of it's like the cross section of both of these two things here. The level continuity and the level of detail in the pixel art mean that I end up having to reuse a lot of assets. I end up having to engineer the world in such a way that the assets are it either takes a lot of effort or I have to sacrifice composition in order to make everything feel like it's all fluid and in the same world. Like, I love this art. I think it's pretty. It's just, it's missing a sense of place because it's built out of a lot of spaces. It's like a lot of spaces that are fantasy game themed, not a specific place. This isn't the, oh, this is where so-and-so lives, right? When you're in Undertale, it's like, oh, we're in so-and-so's house, or we're in the snowfield where we meet Sans, or whatever it is. Like, all of that stuff is a bit more concentrated, and the art is a little bit more specific, or like there are more specific art assets. In Insignia, there are a lot more spaces because you're traversing and it's platforming, and those spaces are a little bit forgettable because the spaces are designed to just be level. They're just hosts to level design. Now, that's okay. I think that's okay. It's just that when it comes to storytelling, your brain is expecting something more unique when story is happening. You're expecting to go somewhere or see something unique. And right now, when I'm doing this moment with Leopold here, it's like, well, I've just got my level and I'm chucking in a tent. It's like, this is the same tile set, the same background, the same everything else you've seen everywhere else. It's just that this guy happens to be here in this tent. And I don't think that it's enough to say, and then there was a tent in the same level design, or, and then there was some rubble, and then this fox here. I think it's like, there should be a place where you meet this character if they're going to be important. I also just like don't want to care that much. I don't want to have to care that much about like the way that things are continuous. Like if I go to the map here, to me, when I look at this, it's not that important to me that this, in fact, it's actually better if this doesn't look like this. That's the crazy thing. Like, it's technically better. Let me just jump over here for a sec. If I go out here and then I'm here, if these two scenes don't look quite so similar, it's easier to navigate the world through the world map. You look at it and you go, oh yeah, this is the level where blah, and this is the level where blah. But because they're like so similar, it's actually more boring. Hey, Epic, thank you so much. What do I use? It's Unity, and I use Aseprite for the art, and I use VS Code for the code editor. Anyway, my point is really not to say that we need to redo all the art for the game or anything like that. It's more just that the game is very... Oh, thanks for the bits, Alstro. The game is very chunky at the moment. It's very bulky to edit. And for future parts of the game, the less bulky it is, the better. That's all I'm really saying. I need the production to be less bulky. I need it. Not just to make the game better, to make the game easier to make. I think that's the key thing here. Like, we're not trying to solve... When I say, like, do you like this or this or this? I'm not saying because I dislike this. I'm saying because I don't think I'm getting the right amount of value out of this given how long it takes me to do. And if I did something that took less time and you like it the same, that's better. Not that this needs to change to this, but that in the future, as I'm working on the game and I'm putting in hundreds of hours with, paying for people's time and money, what is the standard that we have to meet to get you as invested as possible without breaking the project because it took so long to make every little thing? Because right now it's too hard. Too hard to make the game. It just is. I'm exhausted. It's hard for me to work on Insignia right now. This thing here, redesigning this, is killing me. It's just so exhausting. Because I can't just make a pretty scene with a cool puzzle in it. It's like I have to think about how every little thing attaches to every other little thing. And everything feels like it's such a drag. It's not nice to feel it. I hate it. I hate like working on stuff. It's like right now, this scene was a drag before and will still be a drag after I fix it. Because what I'm fixing is more just like story stuff. I'm not actually fixing the puzzle design. I'm fixing layouts so that they physically work. But I'm not making it more interesting. I'm not making it more digestible. I'm just making it like so that the continuity still works. You know, it's like, oh, you just physically have to go from A to B. And once I fix that, well, then maybe we could talk about making it a more streamlined area to go through. So like, I really think this should be 3 separate rooms. And like, the thing is, right now, do you know what the other thing is? I put a lot of energy into routing because I care a lot about backtracking. And in this space, I designed this in such a way that like, oh, you talk to the thing and then this wall, you know, moves downwards and then you go through this section and you end up right back where you started. Hey, isn't that convenient? And it took a lot of energy to design this in such a way that you came back where you started. But I could just teleport you back here if I really wanted to. I just teleport you to the next bit and just say, okay, and then the room teleported you back to the center. Like, you're not going to care about how elegantly I needed to make this fit in the space. It's not important, right? It's just like extra. It's just extra bones to be there, you know, for the sake of it. It doesn't make, because we were talking about this yesterday, right? Or last stream. I could have made this game as a game where it's like, here's level 1-1, here's level 1-2, here's level 1-3, here's level 1-4, and then there are 5 of those. And you just start every level at the start, and then you finish at the end, and that's it. Right? I could have just done that. And then you would never have to worry about backtracking. You'd never have to worry about how to get from A to B or whether or not you should, that just wouldn't be a thing, right? All the puzzles would just be laid out in front of you and you would finish one puzzle and you would go to the next one, to the next level. So to have a sprawling world is valuable, but to have a story in a sprawling world that is neat, that doesn't require teleporting, well, maybe that's valuable, but if I add teleporting, how much less valuable is it? Does it really hurt the game if I just move you around from A to B? Just because like, hey, I just move you along, you know? Because this scene here could easily have been like this. With the bit on top. When you do the thing A, it teleports you to this level. It's a little isolated level. You do this, and then when you do it, it teleports you to another one. Here's chunk 2, trial 2, and then here's trial 3 or whatever. And you never have to worry about how to get between these things. They're just places you get teleported to while you do a little trial. It's the trials. Let's do trial A. Let's do trial B. Let's do trial C. And then you exit. Now, I don't have to worry about how this relates to this, how this relates to this, how this relates to this, how this relates to this. I don't have to worry anymore. It's just 3 levels. And if I want to substitute one of these, I just go, oh, I don't like this one. Now it's 2 trials. Done. I spend days figuring out how to massage the level design. It's too hard. It's too hard. You should just warp sometimes. Sometimes, especially in a magic zone, especially in a part of the game that's literal magic. Like you're literally engaging with actual magic in this part of the level. So like I could just warp you between the spaces and you would never have to worry about it. Especially because these aren't designed to be thoroughfares. They're not this. You're not supposed to come back here and do anything. Or here, or here. You don't get anything for coming back. So who cares? Why should I have to spend weeks screwing around for something that players do not care about, does not make the game more fun, does not make the story better. In fact, it makes all of those things worse. I think I just nailed it. Like, I'm just tired and it's not possible for the game to come out if I have to do this for every part of the game. If I have to get this complicated. Because no one even likes it. No one even likes playing these anthill levels. So what am I designing them for? I don't need to cram 4 different puzzles in the same room. And do you know why this exists like this? Do you know why this even is there? It's there because previously this level and this level were the same level. And I needed the player to come up this chasm using a series of abilities. And because the bridge was physically connected like this, I needed the vertical space here to be equal here so that you could climb down here and end up down here and then walk back up. But if this and this aren't connected anymore, who cares how tall this is? Why does it matter that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 layers to this? Why isn't this just like you go down and then you end up like, you end up here? Like this gameplay section is just there because it's there to fill up the space. And it's not that I should delete the section. It's just, it shouldn't have to be there to satisfy some random geometry issue. It should be there if I want it to be there as an aspect of game design. And I will say, the last thing I'll say about this topic is like, this isn't to say that other games aren't this complicated. I think Hollow Knight's level design is probably like this. I'm pretty sure there are parts of Hollow Knight where there's about this much geometry between scene transitions. But for my game, I can't do it. For whatever reason. Pixel art's just more expensive. It's more bulky. It's less fluid. And in my game, this is too much geometry in one level. For what it is, it's too much for this part of the game. Maybe later in the game we can have stuff this big. Yeah. I think so, Stuff Creates. I think I have to pick my battles. We can look at the Hollow Knight map, sure, yeah. Big game. So like this, I don't know how many levels there are here though, like fade outs and fade back ins. Is this one or that's one there? No, that's a level there. That's the transition. This is the level here. I'm assuming there's a transition somewhere here, like going from that to that. Unfortunately, I can't. Oh no, it would be where these black lines are, right? Like that's one. I can't tell. certainly, I guess worst case, it would be that. Would be one level. But even that is simpler than what I'm doing. Jesus. Like, look at this. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at this. Although it is just a big void. It's not that big of a deal. There's also the other aspect of Hollow Knight, I think, doesn't matter. I don't think it matters because none of these places are supposed to feel like a specific place. They're just colors, you know? Like, I don't look at this and go, it's really important that Leopold has a tent here, because it's just like there is no character here. There's no story happening. You're just in exploration mode and you're just going through the gauntlet of the little areas, and that's fine. And the game, I was talking to my friend about this on Saturday, a good friend of mine. He said to me, I don't know why you care so much about Hollow Knight. He's like, you seem to care a lot about whether or not Hollow Knight's a good game. And I was trying to say that I don't like Hollow Knight because I don't like how it plays, but some people must like it for some reason. And I think he said something, he said, it's just good platforming. He just said it's just peak platforming. And I think I am okay with the idea that Hollow Knight is just a solid platforming experience with some combat in it. And that's just, for the people who play it, it doesn't have to be reinventing the wheel to be what it is. Like, it can just be, what it is, right? You just jump around all these different places. Like, for me in Insignia, I don't have anywhere like this in my game where I just go, here's like 50 platforms, go. I never do that. Like, to me, this would be like sort of like borderline. I mean, like somewhere between like lazy and like purposeless, but it's not. But in Hollow Knight, like, it's kind of just fun to jump around. Like, when I say just, I don't mean that that's all it does. I mean, like, it's the game's moment-to-moment value, because the mechanics are the feedback on the jump is so one-to-one. Like, when you press the button, you go up. When you let go of the button, you go down. It's so like literal that just going boing, 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 boing is kind of okay. It's like, it's ludic. It's fun. It's not like, it doesn't have to have a lot of motivation. Whereas in Insignia, because it's not really like a platformer that way. No, but Five Knacks, it is. I mean, like, these are platformer levels. Like, just seeing like dot, 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 jump, like that's a platforming section. Like, I don't have any of those in my game at all. I'm not saying Hollow Knight's got combat in it. There's a lot of cool Metroidvania stuff happening, but I'm saying the level design, the justification for the level design it's not a puzzle. This is not a puzzle. This is just a section, a platforming section. The game has lots of areas that are purely platforming sections, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, the spaces can be justified as dip, 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 dip. My game spaces, and none of them are like that. There's basically no areas where you go, and oh, I'm just jumping around just because it's fun to jump. You know, like the closest thing might be this, you know, it's like sort of, there's like this is like a platforming jump, and then this one, jumping up the walls is kind of a thing. It's closer to like Super Mario Brothers than Celeste. So what I'm trying to say is like, beyond the platforming stuff, Hollow Knight's spaces are also not that... It's more pure gameplay, and it's more... The world building is more environmental. So like just putting a bunch of level in front of the player and saying, go do level, that's fine in Hollow Knight. And maybe it should be fine for Insignia too. Maybe I'm too neurotic about storytelling. That's possible, that I'm doing too much. I'm stopping the player too often to have them talk to characters. That's totally, I will take that criticism, that Insignia would be more fun if I just got out of the way of the player and just gave them a bunch of platforming sections and enemies and just like put stuff in front of them, you know? Because ultimately moving forward feels good. And Hollow Knight is mostly about moving forward. It's not, I don't know if it's like, there is backtracking, but I think like per zone, when you get into like Green Path or whatever, it's like you're in Green Path and you're just doing Green Path until you finish Green Path. You're not like trying to figure out, I mean, maybe it's kind of not linear, but I don't remember playing it and going like how long is this section? I think I was just enjoying the moments because that was what the game was. Whereas Insignia is very plot driven. It's very much like, if I do this in Insignia, you go, when is the story going to pick back up again? I don't know. Maybe not. Like maybe I'm just over analyzing all of this. Again, I'll take it. I'll take the criticism. It's possible that Insignia is just, I just put too much thought into it and I should just like put more level in front of the character. Just put more enemies. Just do more stuff. Just get out of my own way. Possible. Yeah. Yeah, ultimately, like, I think there's a challenge that I have for Insignia that I have created that comes from, and I talked about this before. It's a player controller issue and a level density issue. The player controller in Insignia, this is a meaningful jump. This is a big jump in Insignia. In Hollow Knight, you would just jump up that really quickly, and you can move through the levels very quickly in Hollow Knight. In Insignia, the player character controller actually should be even more limited given what I want to do with the puzzle stuff. Because the puzzle stuff is so important, I need to make you kind of stumpy at the start. And that means that the spaces feel a lot bigger even if they're a lot smaller, because it just takes more work to get through the levels. And because it takes more work to get through the levels have to be visually more dense. You know, and also I made like Hollow Knight's attacks are much faster than Insignia's. That's the pace you can attack at. 1, 2, 3. Hollow Knight is like pew, 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 right? This is like slish, swoosh, swoosh. On purpose, it's slower. So when the game is slower, the spaces feel a lot bigger by comparison. You're not as mobile. I'm really pulling you down. I'm slowing you down. I'm weighing you down on purpose, which means then you have to sort of be able to appreciate the world more. You have to enjoy the space more because you're going to be in it for longer. And that's okay. That's the game I'm making. But it's then just a question of like, what's the best vehicle for that everywhere else? Like if that's what my game is, if that's what my game feels like, what do I have to do to make that sing and not be suffering in ways that other games don't? Due to level design constraints, art constraints. I'm happy with the way that the player character controller feels. I'm happy with the way that the art looks right now, but I'm not happy with the way the game scales level design wise. I'm not happy with the way the art scales. It's really a scaling issue. I'm going to take a break. We'll be back in a bit. This was really fun to articulate. Because I think, God, how many games get made, but they don't get validated? You know, it would be easy to just be like, we're making this game. This is what we're making. And then we just make it and then it's done. And then like, we don't know that it's ever good. And then if it comes out and it's maybe a 6 or a 7 out of 10 and that's about it. And people play it and they go, it's all right. Like the current superhero movies that are coming out, it's like they're finished, sure. But like, are they good movies? I don't know. It's easier to finish something and not worry about it being good than to make sure it's good before you finish it. So, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, we back. Huh. Oh, I'm tired, man. Talking a lot today. What the heck? Come on. There we go. So, got myself a drink of hot water. And I got some crackers with sultanas in them. Little afternoon snack. Yeah, first time. First time in about 5 years. Yeah. Well, what happened was my sister has a green screen that she doesn't want anymore. She goes, "Do you want it?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So I've set it up. It's actually huge. It's like the size of the room. But unfortunately, I don't know if I like it from a production perspective to just have the green screen. I don't know. I feel like we lose something when we don't see what's behind me. And I think it would be nice. My goal is to have like multiple shots on stream. But I don't know how we're going to orchestrate that. Like different cameras, different things. So like one green screen view and one like proper scene view. My room right now though is it's literally just a room with a green screen in it. Like the stuff, I used to be sitting over there. So the Insignia poster is over there. And I can't turn the camera around for you to see that in such a way that would like, you can do it, but. Like there's nothing, you can't enjoy that. So, yeah. I also got a drum kit yesterday. A friend of mine moved out of his home, and you see it back there? There's an electric drum kit behind me now that I was playing it. I actually am not bad. I actually can play the drums. Like, I was like, oh shit, I know how to do this. And I think it's because I took like one lesson when I was like 12 as part of music class in high school. It's like mandatory. They had me on the drum kit. And since then, when I listen to music, I drum on things when I'm in my car and whatever. And I think just knowing that there is like a bass and a tom and a snare and a hi-hat and just like imagining those things. Oh, also, do you know what it is? It's friggin' Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero 4 has a drum kit and I played that. I used to play that a lot. Yeah. No, I played a hell out of that. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It's the same. Whoops. I actually do have practice playing the drums. Okay, well there you go. I'm not just a born natural. Those if you have those Rock Band drums, do you know those do have MIDI out? I'm pretty sure. You can just use them in like audio software. See? I'm pretty sure I remember them having a MIDI output. Maybe I'm wrong. Yep, there it is. See? So if you've got the drums, you can use them. And just actually play the drums. That's not what I've got back there, but okay. What's up, Foo? Stress relief drum streams? We'll see. I was playing The Killers. I was playing Paramore. I was playing some Franz Ferdinand. It's actually interesting. You don't really think about drums until you're listening to them with a drum kit in front of you. Like, I don't listen to the drums in music properly, but it's like, oh, this is just a disco beat. Oh, this is also just a disco beat. You know, like multiple songs. They're just like, it's like kick, snare with the hi-hat in between. Like, that's a lot of rock, is that. Boot scats. And like the kick, like I can't remember what song I was playing where it was like, anyway, doesn't matter. It's just, that might be a fun little hobby of mine soon. So let's come back here and see if there's any work we can do. Now that we've just like done this experiment, like where does that get us? Do you know where it gets us? It gets us to an unfortunate issue that I can't solve very easily without doing a significant amount of work. It gets us to a question, which brings us almost full circle back to Insignia 2018, which is, there's been like subtly an experiment that I've been running. And that experiment is, can I do a tile set that doesn't resolve to black? And the answer is yes. I like that this doesn't resolve to black. That was fully intentional because there was a time when all of my tile sets only resolved to black and I didn't know how to do it any other way. And I was embarrassed about it because it just sort of meant that I was just locked in this space where everything was so dark all the time. Every scene was so dark because most of the geometry was black. You know, we're looking at this. However, looking at this, I can actually see how economical it is. And there are positive things I can take from that time. That are just, there are positive things I could take from that time without necessarily using that same principle. I think I got stuck between two concepts. The black is great for this Hollow Knight look. Not specifically because I was trying to go for Hollow Knight, but because resolving to black lets you use silhouettes much more. Very, very good for sort of implying stuff that isn't really there. I was doing a lot of foreground assets like that in 2017, 2018. So it's useful to be able to do that, whether or not Hollow Knight did it. On the flip side, I was noticing that a lot of Blasphemous was doing very custom, very large tile chunks. And those chunks feel good to look at. They feel like their own pieces of geometry. It's not just a tile set. And the unfortunate thing that I've done is sort of land right in the middle, where I have a tile set that can be used to do auto tiling and arbitrary geometry. But in and of itself, if I make the whole level out of that, I just get these bland things that just where everything is grass and dirt. Everything's grass and dirt. So instead, I feel like maybe it's a question of, if I was designing this from scratch, I mean, ultimately, I would theme these things. No, I don't have a problem with this color. I understand that you don't like it, and I could change it, but it wouldn't do, I don't think that it would do the thing that I'm concerned about right now. Because I actually like it. I like it the way it is right now. It's not that the color's bland. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind it. Like, I don't mind that you have that opinion, and I could change it to make it more what you would like, and that still wouldn't solve what I'm trying to tackle right now. I don't feel that strongly about the brown. Because for me, it's more of a question of noise than color. Like, it's more about what's drawing my attention. And a big empty space is not drawing my attention. What's drawing my attention is bright things in contrast with dark things. So it's not I mean, like, the color palette is a thing that I think we could improve. But my concern is more about working in variety into the structural, architectural elements that make up the level geometry. So how do I get spaces that feel like they're made out of more practical things, like actual, broken tiles and things like that? Obviously I do that in the Athenium, but looking at Frog Rain, just looking at like what the level is made of, it's just more interesting, diverse stuff. Because it's more specifically themed. That's what I'm really trying to say. So imagine we take I sort of do have multiple different tile sets. Like, I do have like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's plenty in this level, but I guess what I'm really trying to say is it's a level of, it's about granularity. So like right now, the tile set that I've got in the game is pretty Nothing is bigger than one tile. Does that make sense? Because it's tile based. So like this, no details can span across two tiles because you need to account for the fact that anything can be next to this. Which means that there are only two details in this whole thing. Conceptual, like structurally, it's dirt and grass. That's what this is. It's not like, it's got some, superficial archways and stuff, but it's not like, if this was a church, you would be like, okay, where's the pews and where's these little gate things? And you would think about how things were. You would have to theme the logic of the space more deliberately if the space was supposed to take place in a specific location. Whereas this is non-specific. This is just, it's dirt and grass. And what I'm trying to say, looking at this thing we did, it was like, I said something like, what if this was taking place in a church? I would put, buttresses and I would put rafters and things in the level. How is Insignia tile set different from Hollow Knight? It's not. But Hollow Knight doesn't have the same kind of story that Insignia does. It doesn't have the same kind of world that Insignia does. So I would say Insignia being a game with a lot of story and a lot of characters, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I guess just like the cocktail of ideas that make up the game, the pace that you move through the game in Hollow Knight versus Insignia. I just think that Insignia needs to have more structure. I've been feeling this for a long time, that like the level designs feel a little bit bland and it's hard to feel purpose when you're moving through them. I just feel that way. And I think Hollow Knights are similar, but I don't like Hollow Knight, but other people do. So I guess there's just a bunch of stuff that make Hollow Knight what it is, that maybe the music, maybe just the mood in general. I was thinking about this before, like the vibe is stronger in Hollow Knight. But I don't think I could get away with, I mean, I don't think that I am getting away with level designs that are more generic. I don't think I'm getting away with it. It doesn't matter how similar or different it is from a different game. This isn't this level of like, it's just a bunch of black with some repeating. Like this to me is so, in terms of like signal versus noise, there's so much noise here. And like stuff that doesn't mean anything. Like all these branches in front of us. Those things don't really mean anything in terms of informing your understanding of the space. They're just sort of like visual elements that create interest. Like all of these shells, all these little husks, right? There's like thousands and thousands of husks that make up the level. The level is made of husks. That's even fewer things than Insignia's grass and dirt. It's like it's not grass and dirt, it's just husks. And yet, maybe just the gameplay is more threatening. It's more focused. It's more like a bit more like horror, like spooky. Like the fact that you can't see very much means you're paying more attention to the space. I don't know. It's just different. It's just different set of gameplay values that make you less fatigued by the repetition in the geometry. Oh, only because someone brought it up in chat just now. I wasn't talking about it. I'm sort of trying to move on from it. Yeah. So So I think what I'm trying to say is I should just try stuff. I'm just going to stop talking. I'm just going to start trying stuff. The amount of conversation that has gone on around this part of the game, despite the fact that I feel like we've pretty much solved the major concerns, I think it's time to move on. I need a second. All right. Still need more time. My brain's not in step with the rest of it. All right. So we have two things that need to get done. For Insignia this week, there are 2 streams of work, and I need to be okay with doing both of those streams simultaneously. One stream of work is specifically to do with edits. Okay. Those edits are just continuous with what we're doing here. I'm not going to change the trajectory of the design. I'm just going to do the edits. It's unfortunate, but that's the plan. Maybe we'll do the teleporting thing. I should try. There's a few things we could do this week, and I just want to be operational about it. Starting to get a little bit. I think I fixed this actually. Crucible still has, okay, so this is going to go here. Let's move all this out. This goes here. And I'm actually going to move this, and this out for now. I think they just have to go over here for a bit. Even this and this are also going in there. Okay, this simplifies things down quite a bit. I would say even, gosh, even these two, maybe production can stay, but bugs aren't even really that important right now. So let's just take all of it and shift it over. These are the only 2 things I care about. Immediate stakes. Okay, that's fine. So there's sort of 2 things. There's the edits, chapter 1 edits, And then there is chapter 2, production. And chapter 2 production is broken down into mock-up spaces for mock-up solution example for more lightweight presentation for future production. That's just a thing that we need to do. This stuff is a bit down the track. This doesn't necessarily exist anymore, I don't think. I think we fixed that. Okay. All right. Was there anything else? Yeah. Okay, let's do that too. This is clearer. Okay. I think we can do this. So coming back to our where are you? There. This is Figma. Yeah, I think for pacing's sake, we're going to have to do it basically like this. This is the way it's going to have to feel. It's going to have to feel like this, where I do the levels like this, and then they just happen to have adjoining ways to be structured. And you can just connect them and swap them like that. No problem. Just make them so hot swappable, so modular, that every little beat is just a room. Just like that. I think that's just where we are at this point for explorable areas. And in fact, it's a lot closer to how the dungeons are designed. This is chapter 2's dungeon, and it's literally like that. It's like, this is a room where you scroll vertically. This is a room where you scroll horizontally. This is a room where you use an ability. This is a room where you have a mechanism you can interact with. This is a room where there's a jumping puzzle. This is a room where there's a large spider. I think that that's kind of the way that it just has to be for now. Some of these larger areas where it's sort of like just explore and just do stuff, I just don't know what the value of that is. Assuming that I can get the level transitions to be fast. Or seamless even. Like a simple screen wipe. It might be interesting to do a time check on the loading. Like how much, like to profile the loading of a level. Particularly between these two. That amount of time. I mean, it'll be a lot smaller when we've just got less things in every level. But why does it take so long? So the first thing we want to do is go to man, I get so stressed out. I just lose oxygen when I'm talking so much. I don't breathe as much. Got sinus issues that make it harder to breathe. And then I just notice that I haven't been breathing. And my like stress levels are like so high. Okay. Oh no, it's like instant. Game time doesn't work. Okay, we needed to use like system time. Well, I mean, it was a second, but like... Now, is that total milliseconds? Oh, do you know what happened on the weekend? I soloed Everdark Sovereign Adele in Elden Ring as Executor. I'm so proud of myself. It's almost hollow. I almost don't feel good about it because I don't know what to do with myself now. I just don't have any other goals for the game. I guess I could play another Night Farer, but I know, I've parried everything now. Oh my gosh, can we... how do I get the total milliseconds? Unscaled time? I look like a lion today. I know, I've got it. My wife told me she doesn't like my hair. It's tragic. She wants me to cut it. She thinks it's too long. Say goodbye, friends. I know. Doesn't matter though, does it? She's the only one that matters. She met me with long hair too. She said it looks like I'm hiding behind it. I know. How do I get the actual milliseconds between two debugs to check to profile how long a process took? Real time since startup. That's what I want. Thank you. I was looking for something. I knew there was a function that I could use. All right. So there is about, what is that? 0.6 seconds of load time. 0.6. I mean, we can increase the transition. We could decrease the transition fade. I mean, it's right here. I'm adding a certain amount of time here in the fade. So if time is 0, then it's 0.1. That's pretty short. The fade out is time. And time is typically 0, really? But how long is the fade out when time is 0? How can it be 0? Load scene. When I go through a door, game system.load scene, and it doesn't provide any info. Okay. Let's find out. Fade time is 0. Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense, does it? If I call this, it's going to say, okay, fade duration equals time. And then it's going to say, well, it takes 0 seconds to fade. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Duration is the existing duration. Okay, well, how is that possible? Je ne sais pas. I don't know. Lots of things fading. Oh, engine.fadeout exists additionally and separately. What happens if I take it away? I guess it won't fade out at all. It'll just snap. Huh. Okay. So this is the scene fader. And I guess this just has a time, 0.4 seconds, that it just uses. And that's what it uses. I mean, we could shrink it to 0.25. See what happens. I don't think it'll feel faster. I think the time, the 0.6 seconds between the levels is still a lot. And 0.25, you might still see stuff loading in, like a pop in. I wonder if there's something that we... Oh man, there's a whole thing here that I should be very, very careful with. It's really about, I think this is a big thing as well. This gap in time where the camera says, like we're over here, right? Running around. The camera says, oh, can't go left anymore. Can't go left. And then we go into the thing, and then it pushes us to the left. Now we're facing the left again. That resistance is going to be everywhere. That's just like a baked in part of the game right now. So whatever we do here, I think we have to work on what do we have to work on? Certainly, I think running this far before we can go through the door is too much. Oh, thank you, Crimson. Now let's have a look at this. Okay. Holy shit. The mini map. Oh no. Okay. Whoa. The garbage collection is real. Guys, did you know that the mini map currently takes up an entire second of game time? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Hey, Saffrons. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Well, certainly we could cut down on this amount of time. This is one function. I was wondering why it took so long. Half of the amount of time between scenes right now is the minimap loading up. Jesus. Well, it's time to fix that. Time to fix it. I knew there was something. I knew that something somewhere was slow, and I wasn't sure what it was. It's almost 1 second, not 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah, it's 1,000 is a second. So it takes currently a second, 1.6 seconds to get between scenes, and 800 milliseconds of that 1.6 seconds, half of it is this mini-map loading. I knew there was something not efficient about it, but I couldn't see where it wasn't efficient. Wait a second, I don't use the mini-map. This isn't a real thing in my game. This is the mini map. This isn't the map. I don't actually even... What the heck? Wait a second. How does it even... Where is the mini map? Which scene has the mini map in it? I was prototyping that. It's literally just this. All right, we can delete that. That was a prototype. I wasn't supposed to be in the game right now. So, wow. Yeah, I mean, that was a lot faster. Wow, that was interesting. I wrote that mini-map in like an hour. Hey, Monster. It was super debug. It's using gizmos to create like a texture. It's like, it's not even a real thing. It's just like something I chucked into the game. Okay, so we still have a lot of stuff happening here. I'm doing well, yeah. Okay, so what is taking up the time in this frame now? That's the real question. A lot of garbage collection, 200 ms of garbage collection. Not great. Where's the GC allocation happening? Merge prefabs. Oh, that's a bit ugly. Don't know why that's taking so long. Preload, single step. Lots of preloading, 200 ms of that. Archaeology. Tomorrow, I'll be working on the archaeology project. I had a chat with them today. I got some feedback on some stuff to action for tomorrow. Scene managed or internal scene loaded. Garbage collect assets. No, it's the garbage collection is kind of a lot. It's Java based. It's like the same kind of principle. Hey, JD, J Dyer, welcome. Oh, thanks for watching. The archaeology project is a small game that I'm making for a museum here in Sydney. About the same size of a jam game. Hedgehog Start has a little bit of... That's strangely time consuming, but not in the grand scheme of things. It's tiny, actually. So, I mean, what can I do? I mean, there's just a bunch of stuff. Load level async. If we go to the raw hierarchy and just look on that frame, what's taking up all the time? Application.load level async. What else? That's just loading the level, I guess. That's where most of it is. 200 ms of garbage collection. Some editor stuff. 100 ms of that. The unload scene. Destroying the previous scene and creating the next one is kind of expensive. I wonder if this is something that we can use async to do it. If we load level asynchronously. So many just instances of things. Let's ask GPT. I need to know a bit more about how this stuff works. I am interested in reducing load times in my game. I think I could use load scene async to do that. But Load scene async doesn't truly run on another thread. It's still running on the main Unity thread. That's annoying. But it spreads the loading process across multiple frames. That's called green threading. It performs loading work incrementally between frames. The main thread continues to run, allowing you to show loading screens, progress bars. Unity still processes loading on the main thread due to most Unity APIs not being thread safe. You can monitor progress through the returned async operation.progress value. What kind of performance implications would this incur if it's all happening on one thread? No, I just mean in general. This is GPT 4.1, but it was Claude before that. So when I call the function, if the game would otherwise, if the startup would you do it in a coroutine? I don't know how, it says it's not thread safe. Is there a way of making it load more or less incrementally? Hey, Abiyabilla. I have some videos planned, but none on anatomy. I can have a think about it. The thing is, anatomy is not really a pixel art question, right? Anatomy is about actual physical bodies. So you'd be just as better off watching a real tutorial. Could you explain what kinds of things, like an anatomy class that you would take in an art class? Can you explain, give me some examples of things that you would expect a pixel art anatomy tutorial to have in them? Unity doesn't provide a built-in way to control how incrementally load async loads a scene. The incremental loading speed and granularity are managed internally by Unity and dependent on factors like scene size, asset complexity, and platform. Control activation. That's a nice idea. I like that. Manual asset loading. For more granular control, load assets manually using addressables. Ugh. Split scenes. Divide your content into multiple smaller scenes and load them additively with load scene async. Ugh. That sucks. Well, conceptually, I don't like this idea. I'm kind of okay with the game just going like, you know, and then just letting that be that. It's not that long. But if I make the levels a lot smaller and make them more repetitive, you might be seeing that fade out a lot more frequently, in which case I'm a bit concerned about it. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. Warner says, yesterday was my first stream back after years of no streaming, and I had one viewer who told me that you should just have ChatGPT to code for you, that what you were doing would be easier and faster, and that's the new industry standard. Wow. Script kiddies, I mean, they don't really know. If they don't understand how limited Copilot is, they're not going to make very good stuff. Proportions, how to detail the muscles and how not to mess up. Yeah, see, like proportions is, I mean, I've got some character tutorials, but like anatomy and proportions, I just feel like those are more technical than what you would express with pixel art. I'm not sure. I just never thought about giving a tutorial about anatomy in pixel art. Like if you're just talking about, say, this character or this character, it's more about caricature than about anatomy, right? Like if it's just about bodies and body shapes, that's one thing. But like this isn't a real human. It's not proportioned like a real person. The head's much bigger. The hands are non-existent. The feet are little stubs. Like if I was teaching an anatomy class, I'd be talking about bones and in the feet, I'd be talking about how the shoulder connects to the rib cage. And so maybe I'm missing something. Warner says, basically most of the time I was doing that work was a bit of coding, but designing the best flow I wanted to use, not really because I couldn't code it, but this kitty was already desperate. Yeah. I don't know how, I tried to do a pretty straightforward Figma plugin over the last couple of weeks, and the amount of drag that building that thing created by me, I was trying to vibe code it. Oh my God. I'm trying to do the most basic things and I'm like, this thing sucks. This thing sucks. And I'm using like Claude, Sonnet 3.7, whatever. I'm using like the best Claude. And I'm like, this sucks. Like it doesn't understand how to manage a code base. It doesn't understand how to write, how to engineer things. It understands how to like give you a function that's what you ask for it, but it can't maintain code. It doesn't even know how to read its own code. Once you get to like 4,000 lines worth of stuff across like, 15 different files, it's got no idea. It just reimagines from scratch everything as you go. It doesn't have enough depth to understand the structure. Like I tried to explain it that I wanted this feature where I was trying to say the way that I'm building this thing. It's like, this is like my querying language. I want to be able to say if there's a node that has a name and there's a token, I call these tokens, with the target name, with a name target, inside of it, this corresponds to this. I can generate these tokens, place them in. And what I asked it to do was to write a traversal algorithm to find this from here. So like you do the, step up, basically build a directory path to get from A to B, which involves search, and that's fine. And it was able to write that search function to traverse the tree to find the corresponding thing with the same name. But modifying or using that function to do the next thing, it's like it just has no way of doing it. Like it just got to a point where the amount of novel information that we were trying to process was it was just out of its depth. It just didn't understand what I'm asking it. Even if I'm super specific, super clear, even the smallest prompt of like, can we just take away all the comments on this page? It's like, it starts like reading off into different places and getting lost and getting stuck. And it really doesn't understand like, and it would constantly write additional features that I didn't ask it to, like little options in functions, little parameters, and it's like, no, I didn't ask you to prepare for that possibility. We're not serving that use case. Stop adding features, because it would then get caught up in maintaining those features as it would extend other things. It's like, you think that I want this, but I never asked for this, and you trying to maintain this thing that you added is causing more time. Anyway. Hey, Arya. Thank you so much for the sub. Holy moly, 50. That's crazy. Welcome back. 50 is peak. Yeah, it's that Frozen okay, but it's that every prompt. Every prompt is like a new junior dev who just sat down in the old code base. Sorry, Arya. Yeah, it's really annoying. Like, it really doesn't understand what it's doing. Maybe Claude Code is better. Maybe. I also just I cannot stand how agreeable it is. It's so frustrating to be trying to argue with something that will always say that you're right. Because I'm trying to like grasp architectural decisions that we're making. I'm trying to challenge it to make sure that what it's doing is like what we should be doing. And then when I'm asking it questions, it's like, oh no, you're right. And it's like, no, I need to know that you knew what you were doing. So don't just tell me you were wrong every time. And then it's always saying like, and now we've 100% validated. Check emoji. Don't worry, this will work. And then it's like, it doesn't work. It's like, bro, what's the point? What's the point of bringing you along for this journey when I could have just written this myself? It's annoying. And then you end up building a bunch of like prompt documentation. Like I started writing like markdown docs saying, hey, do this. This is how we do things. And then it won't read it. And I'm like, no. Remember what we wrote? Remember the promises that we made for our design principles for how we'd write this plugin? We said that we'd use dry principle, and this specifically violates that. Instead, why wouldn't we just do this? And it's like, oh, yes. But it's like, when you wrote the thing, you didn't check it. So do I have to really babysit you to make sure that you'll do your job? Yeah. I just don't know. Whatever this product that I'm using is, I'm using Copilot in VS Code. I'm paying for it too. It's not worth it yet. Maybe the Claude editor is better, maybe, but I feel like it's not going to be that much better. Because the thing is, it needs to read everything all the time. I mean, Pixel Fireplace, I think this is somewhat dependent on industry. I think that I don't know what your environment's like, so I can't say that mine is unsuitable and yours is. I just know that I don't want the skill of being a manager as a programmer. When I'm programming, I want the skill of being a programmer. And I'm happy to use it as Google. You can see me doing it, right? I love asking it questions. I love validating my ideas against it by asking it open-ended questions and having it respond the way that I am hoping it does. Treating it as like documentation I can talk to is great. Even autocomplete as I'm typing, let it tab out stuff in front of me, fine, all good. But just like giving it a task, it sucks. And I don't want to be writing system prompts and threatening it with its grandmother dying and then promising it chaos orbs. And I don't want to be writing documentation and then having two separate agents, one that manages the other one, and then build a team of, I just don't. Hello. Hi. How was your day?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome home. I just don't want to do that. I don't want to be project manager for a bunch of clankers. Because it's a black box. I can't trust it. I don't know what's happening. It's like, I don't want to get gaslit and lied to by my team of soulless bots. Because the rabbit hole of like trying to debug its brain, when you know there is no brain. That's the dark side of it, is like, I'm trying to reverse psychology. Like, I'm trying to like use tactics of communication that I would use with a human to try and understand depth that isn't there. And I know that it's not there. I know that every prompt is basically a new person, and that all that's doing is trying to tell me what it wants me to hear. There is no continuity other than just the conversation in text above us. There's no brain. There's just words. I think it's not far. I think it's possible to have something that is more conscious. I just think that right now, the gaps between telling it, like, hey, this is what I want you to do, and then it goes, here you go. Right now, this process is like a one shot. It's like, you go, do this thing. And it goes, here you go. And it's like, what you needed to do was every time you do a single anything, is reprompt yourself and reprompt yourself and reprompt and reprompt and reprompt and validate against. And sometimes it'll do it. Sometimes on a long task, it'll go, oh, hang on, actually, that's not very good. And it'll fix itself halfway. But like consciousness is like a second brain validating every single aspect of what the thought process is. It's not just like one shot, just shoot out the text. The text needs to be introspective. It needs to be like, does this sound right? Is this what we're asking for? But I fear that the abstract reasoning can't be faked, which is what it's missing, I think. I don't know. I don't really know how AI works properly, but I think like for us, the context analysis thing, like me understanding when I say use dry principles, yes, it has access to the Wikipedia article and a bunch of forum posts about DIY. Yes, it sort of generally might be able to spit out something that resembles DIY, but strategically, I don't know that it functionally knows what DIY is, such that if I ask it, that it could tell me the difference before creating two versions. I don't know that it could say, well, this will be much more time consuming to do this way, so we won't do that. It can't reason about what it's about to do. It's the reasoning about what's coming up, not what it's looking at already. Like, that's half of what I do every day is about abstract reasoning to do with dynamics that are abstract and structural. That's most of what I do as a designer. And I'm not building these things wrong, or sometimes I do build them wrong before I get them right, but we're here playing around with ideas before we commit. And then we're validating those ideas, and then we build something. So being a great engineer without having any design experience is what it feels like. It feels like I'm talking to the fastest typist and the fastest programmer in the world who has no programming experience. Exactly. Well, the thing is, ultimately, too often I'll find that it can reason anything, even self-contradictory things. That's the giveaway that the soul is not just a thing that you derive by throwing enough compute at it. Like, it's not really able to understand the ideas. The hope is that the ideas are sort of baked into the language, that if you give it enough training data, the ideas are just sort of it's like the ghost in the shell. If we just throw enough compute, if we just have enough training data, the abstractions that humans use when they're doing conscious thought about how to reason about things, that they're in there between the lines. But I'm not sure that they are. Or maybe they just one day will be. Maybe the next version will come out and it'll just feel like it's perfect. And maybe we have the same flaws that we're talking about the GPT having, but we just can't recognize that we have them at a limited amount because we're only as smart as we are. Maybe. But there is something different. There's some kind of like sense that it's got short-term memory loss, that it's distracted, that it's too agreeable, and that it's not really paying attention. That thing, honesty as a property requires knowledge. And the thing is, it's not lying, it's hallucinating. So most humans don't hallucinate. Even if they're not very smart, even if they don't know very much, they're still not hallucinating regularly. That's not a feature of normal cognition. Imagination, maybe, but not hallucination, because somehow we can tell the difference between a thought that's imagined and reality. Somehow we know the difference, but the robots don't. All right. So it's all right. Yeah. I think that the biggest problem for me right now, the last thing I'll say about this, the biggest problem for me, because it can't tell the difference between reality and what's real and what's not, because it can't reason, it sort of does this thing where it'll get lost on a tangent, and it'll spend forever on that tangent, not knowing that it's off the path. It doesn't even realize that what it's doing is not relevant. Because for it, it's just created a space in its own mind where everything is valid. I mean, there is no mind. Everything is just valid. So it's just doing free association all the time. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll come back and we'll spend the next hour working. BRB. Okay, we're back. Fair enough, Fireplace. I don't think what you're saying is wrong. Especially in like just general dev. I agree. In the arts, I think there are some ethical concerns, but I generally agree. Hey, Chartle. Yeah, new camera. Okay. God, I feel so anxious. I gotta get through this, man. Not new camera setup exclusively. Yeah, just a green screen. Same camera. I gotta get through this and I just don't feel good about it. I feel so fatigued by the mental investment, the time investment to get through this stuff. It's almost like I'm reimagining what the game is. When I think about these things, these hypotheticals, they slow me down so much because I guess it's just a lot to think about. And I don't have another like 2 months, 3 months in me to go through this process. But it might save me 8 months down the line. It might save me 12 months down the line to spend this time. I don't know. I'm pretty, like, I'll be honest, I'm pretty confident about what I need to do. I'm pretty confident that I know how to get from A to B. I'm not happy about the journey. I don't think I'm lost. I think these questions, although they sound like reimagining, I think they're like bang on, actually. Because I know how long it took me to make this tile set. I know how long it took me. And I know that I'm not happy with it. And nobody's happy with it. Like, it's beautiful, but it's not realizing its potential given how long it took me. And if I'm going to do 4 more chapters of game, do I really want to spend 4 more chapters committing months of time to these tile sets that are using a workflow that I'm not happy about the results of? Because each one, this one tile set probably took me, and it's still not finished, probably took me like 6 weeks of fiddling. Maybe like, yeah, in the last 2 years, maybe 5 to 6 weeks of fiddling. For what it is it really worth 5 to 6 weeks? A lot of time, at least a full week just to get it playing and functioning, and then tweaking since then. And all of the rest of the level design and background and things that gel in with this tile set. It's quite consuming. And the auto tiling, like all told, it's not nothing. It's quite expensive. Even the polish on it, like getting all of the rocks right. I still don't think it's there yet. Like, I think this, as a rendering of some dirt, like all of this here, this is not polished yet. The shapes are too small and there are too many of them, particularly here and here. I've got major criticisms of it, and I've put more time into this tile set than, like, I can't tell you how much time I put into it. And it's only one of like 6 in chapter 1. How do I search commits? Is that a thing I can do? Yeah, since the first commit, since January 2024, since I moved from Bitbucket, it's like this ongoing thing. Now, maybe 5 or 6 weeks is wrong, but it's definitely more than 2 full-time weeks working on this tile set, I would say. Again, just the tile set and associated basic assets. Yeah, I know I'm quite critical. I just think, like, sunk cost. Yeah, I mean, the sunk cost fallacy is something we talk about. The thing is, I don't think people realize this. I mean, maybe you do. Maybe I'm not realizing, but my journey feels like this. This is 8 years of time on this project, okay? During this time, all of this was free. This is just my time. Probably like 0.75 of full time each of these years. You know, it's probably like 6 years of my time was spent on this thing, right? And now I'm at a place where the project is about to become something that will include, well, in the last year, it has included for 6 months, $130,000 was spent here. Okay? This cost $130,000. If I'm going to pitch a game that has not just that next 6 months, but like another 2 years on it, right? If I'm going to pitch a game that will need about this times 4 on top, so plus this, we're talking about like 500K of investment. It doesn't matter how much time I put into this as one person, when this is maybe like 10 to 16 man years. It doesn't matter that this was 8. The project is about halfway through work-wise. So it doesn't matter if I'm talking about something that took me however long to get to here, proportionately, this is actually not that much because I was solo. If I'm going to bring 8 to 10 people on this project for the next 2 years plus, and we're going to spend this much money, it's really, really important that the processes in place are rock solid. This is pre-production. It's not just sinking costs into something. It's not like I've got a house that I'm living in, that I'm planning to live in, that's like perfect, and it's like, guys, let's just move in, because it's like, it's not a game yet. It's not, the story doesn't exist yet. This is ahead of me all of this time. And when I'm looking at this tile set, I'm not saying this tile set is bad. I keep having to reiterate that. I'm not saying the tile set needs to get replaced. I'm saying this method for creating tile sets doesn't yield the tile sets that I like. So if it doesn't yield something that's high value for the time put into it, spending a week, a month, finding a method of yielding tile sets that gets you double the value in half the time, that feels to me like it's worth it if we're about to jump into this process that's like really lengthy and expensive, especially because we've play tested the game as it is right now. And it's not, there are too many people said they wouldn't purchase the game, in my opinion, who played the demo and said, based on what I played, I'm not going to buy it. That should be 0, that number. So if the ROI on this, right, it doesn't matter to me that the game gets finished. That's good if it gets finished. But if it gets finished and then the game makes $200,000, that's not worth it. That means I would rather spend 5 more years and make 10 million than 1 more year and make 200,000. Now, did I say spend 10 million? I meant make 10 million. Now, I don't have any guarantees this is going to be the case, but I do have guarantees that I'm not getting the response I want. Well, Universal Dev, I guess that's the question. I mean, I could just accept that it's possible that I'm not ever going to be a good enough game director in the time left on this game to get it where it needs to go. It's possible that there's no future where the game's a big success. It's possible. But I can't make that assumption. At least I don't feel like I should. These things we're talking about are not that, they're not that abstract. They're pretty, it's pretty workable, but we're talking about future work. We're not talking about past work. We're just using past work as an example. How many wish lists? I haven't released the trailer for the game yet, and I haven't announced the game. So only through the stream have I talked about the wish lists. And so the only people who would wish list it are people who watch. So it's about 5,000, I think. Game Analytics pretty accurate. Yeah, almost 5,000. And I think that like I really feel this way. I think that like for a game like mine that takes itself so seriously, it's really not resting on a bunch of there's a bunch of things that this game could be doing that would make it interesting to people. If it was a horror game, there would be like a level of, I guess, just tension in the playing experience that would keep players strung along. If it was a comedy game, if it was a roguelike, there are lots of things that have hooks in them that keep people obsessive about games, get them addicted. This is not that at all. It's basically a book that you play with a bunch of puzzle game stuff in the middle. And to do that right, I really feel like I have to get this stuff right. I have to get this stuff right, or I won't have the space to make it good. I mean, if I could just come back for a second, and what we're talking about here is it's not Adam who wants to do this. It's that this is untenable. Like, it's just, I can't release the game this way. This can't be one chapter for the next 4 chapters. Because I want to pitch something that's better than that. I basically what we have right now is a process that has 50% waste in it. And I can't have that. This extra iteration time beyond the planned amount of time, which was already a couple of months over the planning. It's like, I wanted it to take 6 months to do chapter 1. Instead it took 8, and then I have 4 more to do after that. That's huge amounts of like delta between the plan and the execution. So in terms of investment of time, of resources, if I say we need 500K to finish this game, and then actually it takes $1 million, that comes out of me. That comes out of my risk, right? The profit. So like, it can't be a financial failure, whatever it is that we do. And right now, it might be, if I don't figure out a way to do this stuff right. To me, that's pretty reasonable. That's not me just like being hung up on art. That's not me just like fixating on level designs. That's just like, I don't want to lose my job. Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. That's what all of this text is. That's what we talked about today. Now, of course, I'm making some assumptions here, and I am going to be talking to a producer, a veteran producer, about what I'm talking about today. I'm going to introduce this to them, and we're going to chat about it before I make any big decisions. But I don't think I'm wrong to consider this stuff very seriously. You're free to read this if you like. It's just a fact that I've never been able to meet a deadline on this game. And I don't like that. I can't go into production that way. Especially if even after we finish the production, it still isn't meeting the mark for players. If players are telling me that they're not having fun, I'm not happy. It relates to the grass tile set because the grass tile set is an example of an asset that's very detailed, that took a long time to produce, but that doesn't actually yield a lot of value. It creates a lot of dependency. And I've identified like a few different parts of my game where I can't make parts better because other parts rely on them. And because of basically a method, it's a methodology issue. It's like, well, when you do tile sets like this, you lock yourself into having them behave a certain way. So like this tile set, the method of making it this way, of doing all of my levels with this, locks me into only being able to make terrain out of stuff that's dirt and grass. If I want to extend what this can do, it takes a lot more work to extend this. You're basically forced to think a certain way. And that little concept, that issue of like, well, since you started down this road, now you have to do X, Y, Z, W, U, V, T, whatever. That's present in all of this, where it's like, well, you committed to this, so now you have to do that, even though that thing isn't contributing to the fun of the game or the value of the game. And the question really is simple. It's, if we don't change any of this, will we still get where we need to go? And I don't think so, because I am trying to, the reason why we're talking about this, let's just zoom out one more time. The reason why we're talking about this is because I had edits to make on chapter 1. I designed what I would do on the edits. I resolved what I wanted to change about the project. I've gone to make those changes and I'm feeling the friction. I'm feeling how much extra energy I have to expend just to make those changes. But those changes are inevitable. So what do I need to do to make it so that the changes that I'm going to have to make on chapter 2 and chapter 3 and chapter 4 and chapter 5 aren't going to hurt me the way that this is hurting me? It's hurting me. I want to be able to do this easily, but it hurts because it's so complicated. Why is it so complicated? Because I'm so locked into the tile set, because the level of detail on the art is probably too high, because the story is too linear and too dependent on all the different parts around it, because the gameplay is, it's like there are these reasons why there's so much friction, and I can't make the swift changes if there's so much friction. It's not about driving the perfect scenery, driving the perfect route through the scenery. It's about having a car that doesn't burn out all of its petrol in the first 2 kilometers. I'm gonna burn out before I finish this game if I don't make this easier to make. When you say actual problem, Swizz, what I'm saying is like, absolutely. But that the reason why we can't do that is because of this stuff. That's what we're talking about. We can't test on low fidelity prototypes because the minimum fidelity of the game is too high for the game to be playable end to end. It takes too much effort to make it to that point. It takes me 6 months to make something playable. And then at that 6-month mark, we find out that it needs to be changed. And then the amount of change that needs to happen in order to enact those changes, the amount of work, is like half of the time that it took to get it there in the first place. It's not possible, I don't think. Because of the storytelling aspect. It's not just about, when I test level design, I'm not just testing an action sequence. I'm not just saying, well, can you get from A to B? This is what will happen. If I tested this level with no detail in the tile set, players will go, yep, I get through the level. I'll say, tick, looks good. Let's validate it. Then we'll get through the rest of the game, the rest of the chapter, and then I'll add the polish, and then I'll get the exact same feedback I just got, which is, oh, it feels a little bit bland. I guess I was a bit strung along. I didn't feel like there was much motivation, because the stuff that makes you feel that is not stuff that you can test with gray boxes. Like when you're playing around with gray boxes, the pacing of the game, like the fact that there's no music, no color, no character animation, those things, when you take them out, mean that your brain will go, I mean, obviously it's not ready yet, so I guess I'll just withhold judgment. That's what'll happen. You have to withhold judgment. Because the problem isn't just like getting from A to B. Like it's not that the levels are hard to design. It's that the levels are hard to mesh with the story right now. That's basically it. And that the process of making the levels makes them kind of bland because of the art practice that I have. Does my wife play games? She's played this one. She's one of the playtesters. But yeah, she does play games. And she agrees with me on this. I mean, Swizz, you agree with me on this in terms of how it feels, I think. Unless I don't have enough sample size, like it's possible. Is there a middle ground between gray box and minimum level of detail? I just think that it's not, what we're talking about here is like, it's like this. It's like you have this round hole and you have a square peg. And what's being suggested right now is like, oh, what if we just shave off a little bit here? Or what if you just did that? And it's like, ultimately, this needs to be circular. Like, it's not, I can't like marginally shift the little bits and pieces about how I get to here if the result of the process ends up with a square every time. No, like you just use it like I don't want to have to make squares. No, but even if, I guess the question in Swizz is what I'm saying is, if you increase the sample size, will you get a different outcome? Not just that people didn't finish up the form. It's not a problem that not many people played it. It's a problem that the people that played it who filled out the form had the things to say that they said. Thank you, Ian. Oh, I'm not worried about, I think some of you are thinking that when I say this over this, that it's like literally I would completely overwrite all the art. That's not, I mean, it's not really that's not what I'm thinking. This is like a hypothetical. It's like a test just to draw an extreme so that we can see if it is significant, if it means anything. Well, I don't know that, Swizz. How do you know that more data equals different outcomes? You would expect that more data would get you closer to the answer, right? This is like the reality. Your sample size would hone on that reality as you increase. It's possible that with a small sample size you get this or this or this or this or this, but there's there'll be a jerk, a jolt in the answers, but the more you add, the more closer to truth you'll get. I don't think there's any reason to assume that like a sample size of X is untrue and a sample size of Y being bigger than X is going to be the opposite of that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have any reason to believe that the negative feedback that I've got is wrong, right? Especially because some of it came from you and my wife and my brother and me, people that I know. Hey, Sninko. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Like, the feedback that the plot is a little sort of, the feedback of like, oh, it's not too bad. We're doing some rethinking about our project before I go into production. The feeling that in chapter 1, from when you leave the watchtower to when you get to the Athenaeum, the feeling that that is kind of a bit dragged out and that it doesn't feel like a lot, it doesn't feel like we know what's coming up for like 45 minutes and that new things keep getting introduced and you sort of just end up from going from A to B. That feeling is, I don't know anybody who didn't have that feeling, who I've spoken to. That's the first part. The second part is, the story does not leave the player in a place where they're excited about chapter 2. I feel that. I wrote it and I feel that. Like talking to Harriet at the end of the boss battle. I'm not full of questions. I'm sort of just, I'd sort of like, there's a lot of like, if you say so, it feels bland. The way that I feel watching Fantastic Four on the weekend. It's like, this isn't doing a good enough job of communicating what it needs to in a way that makes me excited. I'm not feeling it. And if I'm not feeling it and players who I care about, who I respect their opinion of, aren't feeling it, then I need to change it. And that's fine. Happy to do that. But if changing it is an extremely taxing process that makes me so anxious that I don't want to change it, then it's a problem. And that's what this conversation's about. It's that changing it is so time consuming for reasons that are the way they are because of the workflows that I have. modifying the pacing of the game needs to be easier, because the pacing of the game will constantly, we will be in constant tension with that. And modifying that should be easy. That's for a story-based game, being able to have a workflow where I say, oh, this should happen earlier, no problem. Easy, done. We have some of that. There are lots of tools where we have, like I can literally move this out of the way and I can put something else. I can reroute this to that, sure. But the story implications of the data structure implications of doing that, with how that affects the quests and the story, there's too much that's dependent on things. That it's not even just a geometry question. It's sort of like all this other stuff that I just don't need to be bound by that stuff anymore. So what I'm really trying to do here is to slim down the project. The idea of having this be more abstract is there for a reason. Am I 100% sure that the obstacles in your workflow are there? Yes. Yes. 100%. This space right now does not feel the way it needs to. And it's one level. And it's just like, it should be the most straightforward thing to make this feel better. And I can't. I've tried. This is like the 5th iteration of this. And the reason why it feels bad to me is that it doesn't have any I can't inject drama into the geometry because the geometry is so beholden to the tile space. It should be 4 levels, not one big level that forces 4 different things together. Because the size of this is dependent on how high this is, and the size of this is dependent on how big this is, and I have to be able to guide the character from A to B, and there's so much pathing that I can't set up story. I can't guide your attention in a way that's dramatically interesting. I can't make you anticipate things or get excited for things because you're sort of just running around until you find a place where you can go. And I fear that's a problem with the whole game. Why not split it? That's what I'm suggesting that I do, Gouda. I am going to split it into 4 scenes. That's what I was just suggesting today. But splitting it into 4 scenes has other implications that are, again, systematic, that I need to be, this is me splitting it into 4 scenes. There are things that would have to change about the system to support this a little bit. Like I might need to teleport the player around a little bit. I might be, yeah. Can't you make a survey poll and ask players on their own what they feel is overall working about the story specifically? Oh, we have a Google Sheets doc, Google survey. I asked. Google Forms. I mean, I don't think it's a perfect form. I don't think I did an excellent job. Hey, Elzak. Yeah, I asked a bunch of questions about the kinds of games players like to play, how they felt the pacing went, the distribution of platforming versus encounters, pacing of the game, storytelling, presentation, game feel, and then other thoughts, criticisms. So people were pretty specific about the things they liked. And the things they didn't like. I mean, these are just players. They're not people that I know. So 25% out of 14. 3. If I can be for a second, when I was a professional user experience designer, we never did more than 15 UX user tests on a prototype. 7 was plenty to get adequate feedback. You start seeing the trends at 5. Once you get to about 10, 15, you're hearing the same thing every time. This is post GDC. That's my opinion. I don't think that this would become 50 or 0. Percentage needed to go ahead with something, as in how we'd usually leave that up to the stakeholders. We'd present a report and we'd make recommendations. So obviously we'd try to have scores as high as we could on things, and then based on the scores we could see what was working and what wasn't, and you would just make strategic choices based on what opportunity you had. You don't always have the chance to change things drastically, and I might not have the it's possible we could just say after today, all of this is true and I don't have the energy to change it, and so I'm just going to have to send what I have to a publisher today, and that's it. We're not going to change any part of chapter 1 as it is right now, push it out, and let's budget the game based on that and incur the risk. That's possible. I'm not saying we don't do that. I just don't like that, because I think a self-respecting publisher would look at the game right now and have the same concerns that I have and then ask me questions that I can't answer. Or we would have this conversation very frankly, and they would say, as Ben, the publisher who I spoke to at GDC, who had the game in his hands, as he said to me, how are you going to finish this game? This looks great, but how are you going to finish it? If I say, I don't know, Ben, this took me a long time and it's really hard to make it good. He might say, that sounds pretty risky. I'd say, yes. And he'd say, well, I can write up a contract. Here's the profit share. You get 30%, we get 70 after we recoup 100%, because this is a risky project. And I'll say, well, can't argue with that logic. That's just what's going to happen. I just don't want to. I want to be able to have a conversation that ends with, wow, this is great. What do you need? And I think finding a publisher that would just say that, even when I don't feel that way, is not the goal either. I don't want someone who's just going to agree with me or listen to me for no reason. I want someone who's going to be critical about this stuff. And unless the only way you could change my mind about this is if you guys play the demo today. We can sit down. There's almost 300 people watching right now. If you all play the alpha and you play chapter 1 end to end, and you're excited to play. I haven't changed it. It's the same one you've played, Swizz. If you guys play it and you don't feel this way, fine. I'll rethink how I feel about the game, and I'll be more receptive to keeping it as is without making these changes to the workflow. But my gut tells me that everyone will feel this. Because I feel it. No, don't. I died too much and hated going back, so each time, lol. The save points are every scene, aren't they? The game autosaves every room you go into. You mean there's a difference between the game saving and the entry points from the title screen. If you die and reload, you'll come back at the scene you were just standing at. But if you exit the game, then you only have 3 places you can start. Unless we mean like bugs. Like if the game bugs out and soft locks, yeah, there's only 3 places. I think maybe part of the issue, says Chartle, is that you've spent you spent all the time on chapter 1. I have worked on chapter 2 and chapter 3 actually. This is chapter 2 content. That's chapter 1. That's chapter 2. This is chapter 3. It's not as fleshed out, obviously. And I think that chapter 2, I fear touching this without solving some of the things I've raised today. Like, I would have to actively ignore my gut. Train scene is chapter 3. This is chapter 3. I would have to actively ignore things that my gut is telling me to work on this. Chapter 1 edits, stream title, Being You changed for a while now, huh? Unchanged, but that's what we're doing. We're talking about, or we could just call it production, but it's what we're doing. I personally just want a bit more almond lore. That's nice, Liz Glow. Thank you. Yeah. And I guess like, I'm just going to sit back for a sec. Like, I know I'm a perfectionist. I know that. I know. I know that I'm picky, and I know that I'm more likely to double back on something than to go forward. I know that. But being honest, I mean, how do I put this? I don't have a reason. I don't have a good reason Oh, Umschlock. That's okay. It's actually a reference to N64 games. A lot of games used to do it that way. It's just a reference. It's not that I was lazy. It's just that games used to put like Secret of Mana, that kind of thing. That's just how they did it. It's more of a throwback. It's cute. It's supposed to be cute anyway. Back in the Super Nintendo, you would just have the character stand behind the bed. But anyway, I don't think, like, in this conversation, talking directly to Swizz here, in this conversation, I don't know what your feeling is based on like the, imperfect as it is, based on the data that I've sort of outlined and logic and what I'm saying about how I feel about my workflow and how difficult it is. What is the suggestion? that you would make. Because it's not, I don't think it's enough to just say, well, just go ahead. Like, it just, you know, we've been waiting. It almost feels like the subtle thing is, Adam, just, it's okay. It's going to be fine. Like, you're worrying too much. It's good enough right now. But that, you can say that without any kind of like, it's kind of like, I just have to take your word for it. You know what I mean? Whereas like everything else on the negative side, or the more like critical side, there's at least reasons why that stuff is there. And unless we can like articulate why these reasons aren't reasons, like, Adam, it looks good as it is. Adam, you know, this is fine. This is no problem. It's good, actually. And the tile set's great. Like, unless everyone was saying it's great, you know, even this little thing we did where we were talking about places versus spaces, that's been like ongoing for like a year. I've been feeling this thing while working on the game, and I've been able to articulate it, and people in the chat agree with me. We're all in the same direction, but then the second I say this probably will necessitate some change to accommodate this, it's like, oh, Adam, we're going around in circles forever. It's like, well, how else do I make the game better if I'm trying to address the player feedback and my internal sense? If I'm trying to address these things to improve the experience, is that really just me being neurotic? I'm just trying to make sure that like I'm not making an incredibly irresponsible move by convincing a publisher to give me funding on a game that I can't actually deliver because it's too complicated to make. That's all. I just think it's too complicated right now to make Insignia. It's not I'm not talking about the mechanics. I'm not talking about the story itself. I'm not talking about like the animations. I'm talking about specifically the dependencies in the level design and the ways in which the art style and the art methods are locking that stuff down that make it hard to iterate on. That's it. That's all we're talking about. I'm not saying like, oh, maybe Armin should hold a hammer instead of a sword. Although maybe he should. I'm not saying, oh, maybe he should have 5 sisters and each of them are the powers. You know, I'm not like suggesting changes that are outside of like, you know, I'm just saying these things don't seem to be working and they're not working for me and they're not working for players. So why do I value them? Because to me, that feels like the sunk cost thing. It's like, well, because you've put so much time into it already. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a good choice. Five Sisters DLC. Elzak, this is one of those times where everything you've said in the last 2 streams, I've agreed with 100%. This is like one of those times where I think, and maybe it's just because you agree with me, but like, maybe it's just what I want to hear, but actually everything you've said, I like fully, we're in step one to one. I think they add friction. I've been feeling like they've been adding friction for a long time. You said something on Friday that really resonated with me. You said something like, I think you said something like, I've seen you do much more impressive, or like, there are things that you've done for game jams that I've seen you do that I'm missing here, or something like that. You said something along those lines of like, this isn't what you're capable of. I would much prefer to see you do this. And what you were saying is, Adam, your skill set, you're not using your skills here. because you're locked into process that's not letting you leverage your skills. That's what I took away from what you were saying. And that hit me because that's how I feel. Like, I love paintings. I love making digital paintings. I can't turn this into a digital painting. I can't do it. It's too hard because everything is like, it's like playing Tetris. I'm trying to like construct the level and I can't make it a pretty painting. Swizz with the write-up. You're definitely being neurotic. I think you're wrong about low fidelity prototyping. I think you can prototype the story beats and the time it takes to traverse the world until the next story beat, etc. in just Greybox. With a frequent and focused player test group made of different player profiles. I think you have a great team, but it's more on the junior side, so iteration and polish is going to take time, and that's something that's factoring into the price of Chapter 1 when you something. Is the demo a closed demo? No, you can play it. I mean, it's like by request. I genuinely, do you know why I disagree, Swizz? If you look at it from a business sense, 3, Elzak is right about what you do in game jams, but what we see here is a lot of low fidelity prototyping, and that's personally the thing that's missing from Insignia. I don't know how to say this, and to be honest with you, I don't think there's anything I can say. This is a really important question. This is like one of the most important questions that could possibly be said on this channel. In terms of like my entire understanding of design philosophy for game dev, my entire next couple of years of work is going to be based on the outcome to this question, which is to say, when making a prototype, is it possible that certain aspects of the prototyping process, which by definition make the artifact more abstract, you have to take things away to prototype them, right? You, like when you greybox, you don't have the art in there because the whole point of a prototype is it takes less time to make. So in the process of prototyping something, is it possible that what you're validating cannot be validated because you've taken too much away in the aspect of prototyping it? And what characteristics, what kinds of things are more susceptible to that? Or specifically, is this thing we're talking about, this like game feel pacing thing, something that you can only really validate when you've got something resembling the final thing? Or is that just a cope and actually you could just prototype anything and it's fine? Personally, having prototyped this game for 8 years, I really, genuinely, really think that aspects of what makes this game Insignia are in some of the things that you only get when it's finished. Particularly storytelling. So like a cutscene that's just dialogue, for example. Let's prototype a cutscene, okay? We take all the camera out. We take all the animations out. We just have character A, character B, and some dialogue. That is not equivalent to what that scene will feel like once you have this stuff in. And the design decisions that I would make based on the feedback I would get on a prototype that doesn't have the stuff in it would lead me to change the dialogue in a way that I might not change, because I might get different feedback, if the scene had music and camera work and animation and a background. So I've had this experience this month where we're iterating on stuff in the Athenaeum, and I'm only able to appreciate something that I wrote after I'm looking at it with all the bells and whistles. Because what we're suggesting here, this is what the hypothetical is that, well, game dev is like this, right? It's like, here's your feature and you have a thing. And then you have a bunch of stuff that's aesthetic around the thing. And the aesthetics are so much time. In fact, it's 90% of the thing is aesthetics, right? Right, 90% of this is just fluff that's not really necessary. It just makes it look better and sound better and feel better and whatever. But the core is this thing you can gray box. But when the thing that we're testing is storytelling, and the storytelling is all of this stuff, we're talking about pacing here. Is it possible that the feature, the bathwater is the baby, is what I'm saying in some of this stuff. Like, this stuff is the stuff that I would need to prototype to know whether or not something was pacing. Well, that's fair, Swizz, but I would just say, coming from software dev and going into game dev, that was how I felt too. Like, as a UX designer, you could prototype anything. You could paper prototype anything. An app, it's just a piece of paper with some X's and boxes, lines. Oh, great. But that's the experience. The aesthetics of an app have nothing to do with what makes the app good or bad most of the time. Because the features is what matter. But a piece of art is aesthetics. So I don't know and I'm not saying it's like binary. I'm not saying it's like this or this. I'm just saying, like, I feel like, having worked on this game for a long time, that if this is a slider where this is how it is in software and this is how it is in game, in how I'm proposing that it is, the truth is somewhere between this. It's not just that everything is like this. I know that to be true. To some extent, you lose fidelity, and to some extent that fidelity matters. And certain things are more subject to that than others. That's what I think. But maybe it's possible that I think it's here and actually the reality is it's here. The whole scope of this problem is like that, and that you can basically only have to develop something 40% of the way before it's perfectly validatable. Possible. I'm not saying it's not, but I don't think that it's just, oh, you can gray box anything. I just don't, because I've seen my writing change. I've seen the design of what I'm doing change when I'm playing it. The more I add fidelity, the more I realize that the structure changes. Like, I'll write a bunch of stuff for a cutscene because as text, I need to explain things. I'm telling. And then I put it into the visual part of the game. I put animations and I think, oh, I could just show all of this. I don't have to tell it. And suddenly I'm building a different thing. The cutscene is a different cutscene. 50% of what's in it is different because of the medium that I've put it in. If you take the medium away, you get a different thing. I don't know how to me, that's like a definitional. Yeah, I feel like that's just the case. I don't think you can refute that. Right. But in that conversation, this is it. This is my mental, this is where I close the loop on this. A cutscene is just a cutscene. It's a module. Pacing of the game is not a module. The pacing of the game is the intersection between all of the modules over an extended period of gameplay. It's how the story weaves in with the game, with this. It's like all of the bits, right? That's the thing we need to validate. So if you say, well, actually, you don't need the bit, you don't need half of the bits, you don't need the presentation to play test it. Now you know this is the pacing, right? We've got the story and we've got just the enemies or just the levels. It's like, okay, but you've got the levels, but you don't have the complexity of the levels. You've just got like areas that you walk into. Like that's what chapter 2 is. That's what chapter 2 is, basically just a bunch of empty spaces with cutscenes playing. It's a bunch of levels that have not a lot of mechanics in them for the sake of being able to walk from A to B and prototype it. That's what it is currently. And I look at it and I go, well, I don't know, it's not that fun. But it's like, well, it's not that fun because the stuff that was supposed to make it fun is not in there yet. It's not that well paced because the stuff that's supposed to make the pacing feel good isn't there yet. So I just don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong about this process that would magically make this feel differently. It's not to say that you can't test it at all. It's just limited what you can do with it. And actually, let me rewind for a second. I think we're in agreement more than we think we are, because I'm saying specifically that I want to make it more modular so that I can test it. That's what I want to do. I'm saying that. That's what this is for. I make it more lightweight so I can break it up, so I can test it as modules. That's my point. So when you say you should just prototype it, I'm saying it's harder to prototype right now, and I want to make it more easy to prototype. That's my whole point. What we're disagreeing on is like what that looks like. What does it look like to prototype it? What is a 40% version of Insignia look like? This is literally it, okay? Is it that you have story and you have gameplay and you have platforming and you have crafting and you have whatever, and a prototype is just story, the size of the game? Story, with none of the other stuff in it? Is that a prototype? Or is a prototype a very, very, very small version of all of the bits? You got all the bits, but not a lot of them, or all of the space, but not a lot of volume in it. Which one is better for pacing? Which thing? I think, again, being a game designer for like 10 years now, I feel like the answer here, the thing that's like, it's like deafeningly obvious, is like, no matter what you think about this, the right thing to do is make bits that are smaller, that can be validated independently, that you can repeat. If you can say that's good and 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 that's good, and it doesn't matter if this does not depend on this to be good, and actually you can start rearranging this in any order, and as long as each of the things are ticked, it's fine. That is good design. I feel like getting to this as soon as possible is the answer, and that is the opposite of this, where every part of this level depends on every other part. This is harder to validate on. It's not, you can't take this level design, because if this is wrong, okay, it's not just about validating in terms of like determining whether or not what you have is good or bad. It's iterating as well. The cost of iteration is more important than the earliest validation point. Because if I say to you, if I playtest this and it's sort of just okay, how do I change it? That's when we talk about speed or like the value of prototyping. It's not just whether or not you get a tick or a cross, it's what you can do with the tick or the cross. It's like, how much does this inform you? Do I need like one more prototype and I'm done? Or do I need like 7 more prototypes? Because the information's not clear enough. If the signal's not that clear, like for me, if people say it's a bit slow, okay, do I make this shorter? Do I take it out completely? Do I swap these two things? Do I make this horizontal? Is it like, there are too many questions and options that it's like, I don't know, it's too big. Whereas like Armin's house, easy. Tick, it's good. Never have to worry about it again. To me, that just feels like, and of course they're different things, like, but let's take another piece of level design. This level is easier to validate than this level because there's just less interplay between story and gameplay in the one space. Sorry that I'm so worked up. I feel I'm feeling even more vindicated as I talk. Like this even is more easy to validate than this because there's no story. This has got some story, it's got no story, and this is just a piece of gameplay. It's just like a room that you run around in, and with an end. It's got a start point and a finish point. Easy to validate. This, it's just a pretty scene. Easy to validate. But this, where I've got like two major characters being introduced with some gameplay in the middle, some cutscenes that move the character around. We've got a new mechanic being introduced. We've got a zone that you can jump in and out of that goes into like a loop that comes back around to here, a way to get back to somewhere else, and a way to move forward. There's too many things. Even if I prototype this at low fidelity, if I took the tile set away, it doesn't make it easier. The dimensions of difficulty here have to do more with what is, with how the different gameplay values are folded on top of each other in a small space, in any kind of space. And that's hard to do. It's hard. It is hard to do for anything. Even TV shows find that hard to do. Movies find that hard to do. The MCU finds it hard to have multiple stories heading towards the same direction. Everybody finds it hard to do lots of different things that all come together at the same time. That's not a me thing. Well, I already feel like I have the answer. I feel like I'm pretty confident, but maybe that confidence is just false confidence because it's the next thing it's like the first thing my brain latched onto. I don't know. Happy to question myself. But it's pretty it's like, I don't know if you know this feeling, but like if I look at Animal Well or Fez, how do those games work? Or any Metroidvania. Animal Well is a series of boxes. Each box is one screen big. The game is just one screen boxes. I think so too, Elzak. I think so. I just don't know what else I would do. Like, my process led me to here. I don't have an alternative. And like I said, it is twofold. It's not just that this was hard for players to validate. It's that I have a hard time working on it this way. Yes, exactly. I am tired. I am tired of working on this shitty room. I'm tired of it. And it hurts me to work on it. And I've been tired of it. It was complicated when I built it. And it's more complicated now. and I know what I want to happen in the story, but the geometry of the level gets in my way. I can't tell the story I want. I'll show you what I mean. Okay? This is what I want. I want this storytelling. I want the camera to look at the thing. Okay? I need that to guide the player into the level. I want there to be an interaction point. I want there to be dialogue here. I want the information to be communicated by what's happening visually. I can't tell the story without the animation. I want the scene to be revealed to the player in an interesting way. I want to do this. This is all feeling. This is all just aesthetic. And I can't... What would this look like prototyped? What would the basic version of this be? And then I want the player to go and do the thing. But if the pacing of this is a little slow because there's just a lot of awkwardness around A, B, C, how do I get them... Like, for me right now, the next 5 minutes of gameplay are really beholden to the routing of the space. It's just like, okay, like, do I think, for example, that the first thing you should do after getting the green power that lets you ride up walls is go down a wall? No, I would go up a wall. That would be the first thing I would do, right? You just learned this power. It lets you ride up walls. I should have a wall that lets you go up. But I can't have a wall that lets you go up because up would take you to where you just came from. And I'm trying to save that until later. So like gameplay wise, if I could teleport you somewhere else and let you playtest how to use this ability, I wouldn't have to worry about cramming everything in the one space. So I should split you out. I should put you somewhere else where you can use the ability the way it was intended to be used, without worrying about pathing. But knowing that it would feel that way, the only way I could test and validate that... Oh. Hello? Okay. Why can't you teleport? Well, hello. I don't know if it's okay. I think it's really spotty. We're all good now? Are you sure? My internet, my bit rate on OBS looks really confused. It's sort of jumping around a lot. It's like 8,000, 800, 2,000. It's sort of kind of stable now. Okay. Well. All right. I'll just wrap things up. All right. It'll be in the VOD. It's still good over here. Oh, hey, thanks, Saffrons. You're like 5 minutes behind. Okay. Okay, Elzak. So you all right, I'm just going to finish up what I'm saying. So, ultimately, I guess my concern is that the level design here is blocking me. And the toolkit that I have but the problem with this is when we talk about like what gray boxing does, the problem here is not gray boxing. Like this is just, it is what it is, right? This is just like a level. It basically is gray boxing, right? This is auto tiled. I can move the geometry around as I like. But the design methodology of having the levels be this big and all in one space makes it harder to adjust with or without fidelity. And that's for a scene that's mostly gameplay. But when the scenes have gameplay and story intermingled, knowing how engaging the story is and how your attention's moved around, it's like the more you take the story out in order to service the gameplay or the visuals. Like, just to be clear, like this scene, this tile set, this scene didn't take that long, right? But it doesn't make it this being what it is, and whether or not it's easy to change the tile set per se, the production values of this scene are not the thing that made it take a long time. Right? It's not that this tile set was really expensive. It's that the level is hard to prototype. Not just prototype, it's hard to adjust. It's hard to shift. You can't extract fidelity and make it easier to modulate. It's just not a very fun, it's just not a very like cohesive or conducive way to do good level design. That's it. So when we talk about the pacing across the board, I mean, there are going to be times when this, like, I decide, okay, this goes here, then this goes here, then this goes here, in that order linearly. You do one thing, then the next thing, then the next thing. But if this thing needs to be bigger, I can't make it bigger by moving this. Because then the production values that were necessary to validate this cutscene get affected by the geometry of this little section. So it's not that I put the production values in this cutscene too early. It's that the production values of this cutscene shouldn't be affected by the geometry in this gameplay section at all. To me, that's the problem. I should be able to put production values wherever I think they're necessary in order to validate any one part of the game. If the town's value is about its vibe, and I think the vibe is based on graphics, I should be able to put the graphics in to get a sense of whether or not I'm at the right vibe. But the town's graphics shouldn't affect how the tutorial in the next room plays. That seems to me the bigger issue. So it's not like I did this tile set, but what I should have done was a different tile set. And if I just prototyped the level, I would have been able to define the right tile set before committing all this energy to it. It's almost like doing tile sets like this just isn't, it's just not what I'm best suited for or what this project is best suited for. I think that's what it is. It's like, it's just this way of making levels is not that good for what I'm trying to make. For Celeste, maybe a bit easier. For me, it's just not doing what I want. Hello? I'm done. Yeah, I'm dropping up in 1 minute. All right. That's what I feel anyway. Yeah. Yeah, when I say pacing, by the way, I'm really just talking about it's not even in this version of the game, but I'm really just talking about the section from the watchtower to when you get to the Athenaeum. It's the back half. All right. All right, pals. I'm going to go. This is fun. Elzak, thank you so much for the sub. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. We're yapping these last couple of days. Yeah, it's just hard to maintain a conversation with like 17 different people at the same time because everyone's heard different things. I find myself reiterating constantly. It's unfortunately just what having a conversation with chat looks like. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. We're going to raid La Puce qui saute. I will see you all tomorrow. We're going to do some archaeology stuff tomorrow. No Insignia. So it'll be a lot easier to talk about. We'll have a much more chill stream tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. If you like my content, definitely go and wishlist Insignia. It's going to be great, I promise. That's the stream. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream to you on Twitch and on YouTube. Until next time.